Well, oh, sorry about that. Well, hey everyone. Yeah, I wasn't planning on doing this, but finishing up after last stream. The reason that we're on a different device now is because I'm trying to get my computer set up to use as a backdrop, basically to showcase how Jews have migrated throughout the world. I don't have the game, which is Crusader Kings 3, set up well enough that I'm confident that we could start playing it, but I do want to use it as a way to show in depth how and where Jews have lived. But in the meantime, here, let me just fix one thing real quick, and I'm going to, let's see, how do I do this? Sorry, it's been a while since I've done this on okay, guests, invite guests. Is that, no, how do I do it? Oh, okay, wait, I think I might, sorry. Let's see. More broad settings, maybe, is it? Okay, I'm just going to try and, let's see. First of all, okay, I'm just trying to figure out how I can do this without having echo. So let's see if I turn off all the volume here, that might work. Can I? No, still okay. So what I'm going to do for now, I'm going to find a video to put on in the meantime, just to give us, yeah, Henry Abramson, that'll be good. So Henry Abramson, he's I don't know if he still is, but he is the dean of Truro College. Okay, perfect. Jewish migration comes up immediately. Migration patterns in Jewish history. see. Maybe Spain. That should be good. Okay, so now I just need to share screen, present, share screen. Here, early Jewish settlement in Spain. And then now I'm probably going to have to, I'm going to hop off on my phone, but this should be long enough to, okay, so unmute this all the way up. And then I'm going to have to, okay, so I'm going to remove myself from the stream so there's no feedback. Perfect.
Let's continue our discussion by looking at the experience of Jews during the period of early settlement in the Iberian Peninsula. Now, one of the things that's really important to understand about this entire period is that there is an Iberian exception. And what I mean, so why is the Iberian Peninsula different? Really crucial. The Iberian Peninsula represents an unusual moment in Jewish history where you have three major monotheistic cultures interacting with each other for an extended period of time. Put in other words, for most of the last 2,000 years of Jewish history, the majority of Jews have either lived under Muslim rule or under Christian rule. And there's a lot of interesting contrasts and comparisons that hopefully we'll be engaging in as we go through this history over the next year or so of lectures. But in Spain, and to a certain degree in Portugal, you have this unusual environment where Jews, Muslims, and Christians interact in a triangular culture rather than in a binary culture. So, for example, if we pick, let's say, medieval England, you would have this tiny Jewish population as a minority within a large Christian population. Or if we look at, I don't know, Egypt, you'll have a tiny Jewish population within a large Muslim population. And the way in which Jews interact with their host culture is quite different than we have in Spain, where because of the changing power dynamics of three cultures, two of which who are really vying for rulership of the entire peninsula, the Jews have an unusual opportunity to flourish. And in fact, they do, especially in the Muslim period, which we're going to discuss in a little more detail. So let's just put that on hold. And I'd like to quickly introduce this subject by looking at the various periods of Jewish history as most historians have defined them. The first, which we'll talk about in this lecture, is the early settlement and the early Visigothic period. That is the first time we have any sense of Jews inhabiting the peninsula and what we might be able to know about their experience from the 5th century onward when the region was dominated by the Visigoths. Secondly, you have a kind of sub-period of the Visigoths, let's call it the Catholic period, when the Visigoths switch from one form of Christianity, Arian Christianity, to Catholic Christianity. And that represents a really significant shift in terms of how they relate to the Jews. Then that ends with the year 711 rather abruptly with the invasion of Muslim forces. And so this initiates the Islamic period as the Muslims make their way up from the south of the peninsula all the way up to the Pyrenees. This is the Islamic period. Now, most of the activity is focused in the southern region, in Granada and Cordoba, but there is some fascinating things that are happening here. This is what's often called the golden era of Spanish Jewry. Somewhat of an overblown term, but nevertheless, there's a lot of merit to it, as we shall see later on in this course. Now, the Christians begin to push back from the north, and that is called the Reconquista, or the reconquest of Spain. It happens slowly. The northern part, the northern sections, of course, are conquered first, and it's only in 1482 when the Muslims officially lose even their toehold in the south. But during this period, which overlaps with the Muslim period because the northern section will be Christian, the southern section will be Muslim, that's also very significant for our study of the Jews because the Christians, when they reconquer the peninsula, will have a very different orientation toward their Jewish minority than we would see under the Muslims. And then finally, although of course there is the dramatic and terrifying expulsion of the Jews in 1492, and then subsequent developments in Portugal with a forced conversion and also a mass migration in 1497, you have what I'd like to call the crypto-Jewish period, because there's still a very significant population of Jews living as Christians in the Iberian Peninsula. And there's a whole spectrum of what that really means. There are some Jews who are like just clamoring to get back to their Jewish practices, but are feigning Catholicism simply for the time being. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have Jews who become enthusiastic adopters of a new faith. And along that spectrum is quite a range of people. There's also a significant expatriate community, particularly those Spanish Jews who fled to Portugal and then sometimes a generation or three later left Portugal only to readopt their Jewish identity in the diaspora. So the crypto-Jewish period is not only what happens in Spain itself, Spain and Portugal, but really what happens in their diasporas as well. So that will take us right up to the contemporary period. So these are like 5 basic ways to divide up the period that we have before us. We're going to concentrate right now on the early settlement. Here's a great map from an atlas the Barnavi atlas that I recently had a chance to examine. And it gives you a sense of the scattering of Jewish population around the Mediterranean basin in the 1st through the 3rd century.
So just for context, so I'm just trying out this new load order for Crusader Kings. And if this doesn't work, I have one that definitely does. So I figured we could just watch this in the meantime, and hopefully that works, because one of the mods I have recently added basically almost all of Asia. So now we can fully represent the Kaifeng Jews, and I'm trying to think. There's Jews almost everywhere, like, given it depends on time and period, but a lot to work with. Anyway, I'm going to continue now. I'm removing myself.
Century. So it's a little bit rough because each black square is the same size as every other black square, and that's clearly not reflective of the size of the Jewish population there. You also have that kind of starburst that shows that it's an important Christian community, and I think there's a lot more important Christian communities than Alexandria and Rome, but nevertheless, Antioch, nevertheless, still gives you a sense of the early diaspora, the early scattering of the Jews that extends all the way up to London and into what would be later France and Germany. But of course, Spain is an extremely important region. And as you can see from the shading, the kind of darker orange is where it's really strong by the end of the 1st century, which is concentrated in the Eastern Mediterranean, what will be Turkey, Asia Minor. But by the time you get to the 3rd century, yeah, we've got some significant suggestions of Jewish populations all the way out on the Atlantic coast in what would be the Iberian Peninsula. So who are these Jews? They are known as Sephardim, which comes from a passage in the book of Ovadia, biblical book of Ovadia, which refers to the people who are in exile from Jerusalem, and that community is known as Sepharad. The modern Hebrew term for Spain is Sepharad, taken from this verse in Ovadia. And the people who come from the region are called Sephardim, which is the plural in Hebrew for someone who comes from the region. Sepharadi is the adjective, which would be used to refer to one person or to things which pertain to Sepharad. Now,
if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
there's really no good reason to assume that when the book of Ovadia specifically calls a place Sfarad, that it is referring to what we call Sfarad today. This is a common thing that happens in Jewish geography, that when Jews visit far off places or settle there, sometimes they will take on biblical names when we don't really have any specific connections to say that this is that place. Case in point, Ashkenaz is one of the names of a person mentioned in Genesis. And when the Jews reached northern Germany, they said, okay, here we go. Let's call this place Ashkenaz, right? Maybe the people who descended from Ashkenaz live here, and hence we call it Ashkenaz, but there's really no reason to say so. So it's a very tenuous connection, but nevertheless, the term has stuck, and it is useful because it does refer to a distinct group of people and a distinct geography, but nevertheless, no real reason to assume that in the book of Ovadia, they're actually referring to what we call Spain. There are Talmudic references several hundred years later, which refer to Aspamia. This is a little bit more realistic, given the period, let's say, 1st through 3rd century. We've already got Jews living there, and it sounds a lot like Hispania, a very common kind of shifting of vowels and consonants that you have between Latin and Aramaic. So by the time we get to the Talmud, there's no question that there is reference to Spain and some familiarity with it. But how early did the Jews originally settle in this region? So we have a couple of really early reference points which are probably not true. For example, in the 16th century, one particular writer came across a gravestone that apparently read, "Here lies Adoniram, who was the tax collector for King Solomon." Now, that's like incredible. And I mean that literally, incredible. It's just way too much to assume that King Solomon, we're talking like, 1,000 years before the Common Era, had actually some tax collectors going as far out as Spain. So, and it's the fact that we've lost this particular reference and it is dubious, it's probably not a reliable source to suggest that there were Jews living there 1,000 years before the Common Era. Another one that does not necessarily negate the idea of Jews living in Spain, but is also regarded as quite spurious, is apparently a letter from the Jews living in Toledo sent to Judea, asking that the Jews in Israel refrain from crucifying Jesus. And this would have been dated about the year 30 of the Common Era. Also kind of a far-fetched document. It doesn't date anywhere near to this period, but it falls within a kind of a trope where in the medieval period, Jews had it in their interests to demonstrate that they had early settlement in order to document and to bolster their arguments for things like charter rights, for privileges to live in a particular area, to pursue certain tasks. If they could demonstrate the antiquity of their settlement, then that could help them in whatever local negotiations they might have. This will be especially important in Europe when medieval charters are put into place, but that's beyond our scope right now.
So good news, it didn't crash, which is the first stage of knowing that something's wrong. So it means there's still might be something wrong. I just don't know it yet, with the game that is. So we'll know soon enough, and regardless of what happens, we'll have a working model version. Like, sorry, I've spent like I don't even know how many hours trying to get like I'm running more than 140 mods right now, which is kind of insane. Posting U. What? I see you posting U of T a lot. What are you talking about? I mean, I legitimately don't know.
It also indicates a level of, kind of an obsequious appeal to Christians specifically, saying we're not like those Jews who crucified Jesus. We're completely separate. We wanted to have nothing to do with it, which stretches our ability to believe that Jews in Spain knew something about what was going on in Judea at that time, particularly when we have no other records of Jews really talking about this, other than, of course, Christian sources like the New Testament. So these sources are hard to believe, and we can't really place Jewish settlement in Spain this early as a result of them. We do have, however, a lot of really cool pieces of evidence which suggest something around this period. This is, by the way, a beautiful image from the.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, if I find a link to something that's useful and happens to be from wherever, I'll post it. But no, I'm not even in Canada, so no, I just good scholarship is good scholarship.
The famous Sarajevo Haggadah. This is a Haggadah that was composed in medieval Spain and later smuggled out and found its way to Sarajevo. There's a fascinating character, by the way. The bottom left, you see there is a mysterious dark-skinned woman. In this particular representation, she looks kind of blue-skinned. In other JPEGs, she looks a little bit more brown. But a lot of questions about who is that woman? She's clearly participating in the meal with eating a piece of matzah.
Oh, she must be Moorish.
But she has a different complexion than the other women there. She is seated somehow separately from them. Or is that just coincidence? The artist chose to put it that way. She's also dressed a little bit differently, but she's clearly, part of the ceremony. Fascinating. We have a much more reasonable 18th century tradition that of a discovery of a gravestone. And the gravestone was partial. And again, like the gravestone of the purported Adoniram, it is missing. However, it's a much more reasonable historical source. So there's an inclination to be more tolerant of it. This is from Adra. And the inscription apparently originally read in Latin, something like Unia, a girl's name, Salomonula, the daughter of Solomon, like let's say Unia bat Shlomo, an uno, 1 year, mens cuatro, 4 months, dia uno, 1 day,
Judea.
and then finally, Judaya, a Jewess. So this,
wow, I just,
if it is,
I'm not even joking. I just got chills. I don't know if you can, you can't see, but seriously, that gave me chills. It better not be Maya, otherwise I'm in trouble. No, I'm just probably going to go for a few hours. I was going with, I was streaming with some other people, and then had some like 7 people watching my stream. So I'm like, 7 people, might as well go to a next one. But yeah. Oh, do you ask that every stream? Yeah, Maya does, but it's a good question. Okay, it hasn't crashed yet, which means, hold on, let me turn up the volume. That way I will know when we have any progress. Let's see. Open volume mixer. The music in this game, it is freaking amazing. And okay, no sound yet, but the music, oh my god, it's amazing. And then some of the mods add more music, so it's even more amazing. That's it. Yeah, I mean, I like to be prepared as well. Oh, was it like, you are not prepared? Oh wow, flash from the past. I think it's from World of Warcraft.
Authentic, and
Illidan Stormrage.
there's good argument.
Why do I remember that?
Argument to suggest it is the first real mention of a Jew living in Spain, and it dates from the 3rd century. It's fascinating, and it's tragic how you can see that the father specifically laid out exactly how old she was when she died, right down to the day. But he regarded it as very significant that he note that she was a Jewess, the Jewess of a town called Adra. I find this very moving. At any rate, we don't have this, in hand anymore, but it is a significant indicator. We also have a literary evidence of the possibility of Jews in Spain from the 1st century in the Christian scriptures. in Romans chapter 15, there's a discussion there where Paul indicates his desire to go visit Spain. And the reason why this is specifically a good possibility of seeing a Jewish population there is because Paul used to specifically go to Jewish communities as they tended to attract potential Christian converts, that Paul enjoyed visiting those communities that had a lot of Jewish population and then kind of like fellow travelers or interested populations that were
Proto-Indo-Canaanite, Minoan, Palestinian, Palestinian. What's the context of Palestinian in this? Because it's derived from the Peleset, or the Sea Peoples, which is honestly, here's the thing that I don't get. Like, I mean, in all honesty, the reason, like, for instance, the reason why the Palestinian identity movement, focuses around the identity Palestine rather than, say, something like Canaan, has to do with the Roman and later Christian and Roman, later Christian, and then later Muslim um, administration of the quote unquote Holy Land. And so as a result, the land gets, renamed Palestine. But the thing is, the name implies non-indigeneity because the Peleset were invaders. So I have heard Palestinians, or like specifically like thought leaders talk about again, I don't want to say like there are thought leaders, but like, people who are, not just everyday people, but like people who, they're like speakers or whatever, talking about how the Palestinians are descended from the Canaanites. And I mean, I do think that's true, just like just like the Jews are descended from the Canaanites. And that's something that is a bit more contentious because there's this like dichotomy that doesn't exist in the Muslim world, because Canaanites are just, a land. It's not like, I don't know. It gets a lot more complex, but let's see. How's it loading? Still nothing, but that's normal because it's only been a few minutes. Anyway, let's continue.
market for the ideas that Paul was, disseminating at these times. So quite possible that if Paul wanted to go to Spain, he wanted to go there for a good reason, meaning there were
I don't know. I think maybe he just wanted some tapas.
Jews already living there who would have attracted
Maybe he wanted some gazpacho
some proto-monotheists who would consider Christianity
or some empanadas
as a religious option. We also have an amphora that was discovered in Ibiza that has 2 Hebrew letters. So it indicates at least the possibility of trade in the region. It's quite a bit earlier.
Egyptians beat the Peleset Sea Peoples that settled after the Bronze Age collapse. So actually, that's really interesting. Here, let me find a video of the possible connection between the Proto-Greco-Minoan Crete. Oh yeah, definitely. But here, let me see if I can find it real quick. So there's actually, let's see, it's Total War Pharaoh. So Total War, which is another really good game series, they're making, here, let's see, the trailer. Oof, that's loud, sorry. Rollin', 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 raw shit. Okay, sweet. I don't know if y'all can hear that music. Can y'all hear that music? Are you referencing the dung beetle or the music? Okay, one moment. Let me turn down the music on that since I know it's working. Oh, wait, okay, hold on. We'll know soon. Whoa. Okay, it's working, sweet. Check this out. Let's see, share screen. How's that music? Dun, dun. Alright, so here, let me turn this down so we can finish that other video. Alright. But yeah, Dove Goddess, Serpent Begets Cosmic Egg. Yeah, we're kind of talking about that in the other stream, about with the Phoenician cosmology is given by Sankuniathon. Present, share screen, here. Oh, right here. I totally missed that. Yeah, so you see that Total War, the Beatles are fighting with each other. They're fighting over turf. They're fighting over shit, literally. Doesn't really seem like that would kill the other Beatles, so I wonder why it's not coming back. Talk about tough shit. It's important. Omen from the gods. 'Tis a sign from Ra. The sun is with us. Yeah, that was really good. I'm looking forward to it. And here, I want to show you some of the. Let's see, first hands-on preview is that. Yeah, because oh my god, like they have the.
We've seen what you would do for a Klondike, so we're raising the
I really wouldn't do much for a Klondike bar. I'm not going to lie.
bar. Now we want to see what your hometown would do
Okay, that actually looks pretty cool though.
for a Klondike. So get together and go for the bar, sandwich, or cone. Go for the glory. What'd you do for a Klondike?
The confusing, violent, and cataclysmic events we know today as the Bronze Age.
Wait, what? Nah, no, it's not really. It's it's really. I mean, to be fair, it hasn't come out yet, but no, Total War is really good. There's only so much you can really show with the actual gameplay footage when you're dealing with a trailer for a real-time strategy game.
Collapse shook the Mediterranean 3,200 years. The confusing, violent, and cataclysmic events we know today as the Bronze Age collapse shook the Mediterranean 3,200 years ago, which is roughly how long it feels like it's been since we last had a main series historical Total War game. But much like Ramesses III led Egypt out of this dark era, Creative Assembly's Sophia studio, which most recently released the semi-mythological
Sophia Studio. Sophia.
A Total War Saga Troy, brings us Total War Pharaoh. The mysterious sea peoples are coming, and as a variety of competing leaders from the Egyptian, Hittite, and are coming, brings us Total War Pharaoh. The mysterious sea peoples are coming.
So this is the actual this is actual gameplay footage. So this is the terrain that you fight on.
And as a variety of competing leaders from the Egyptian, Hittite, and Canaanite cultures, it will be up to us to weather the storm. While we haven't gotten to see the campaign map yet, I was able to get a few details on it. We'll fight over the Nile Valley as far south as Nubia and Kush, modern-day Sudan, basically. Heading north, we'll get to explore Canaan, the region we usually refer to today as the Levant. Opposite Egypt, across the sea, we'll also get to battle for Anatolia, or Nubia and Kush.
Like, I do not think y'all realize how excited I am for this. Like, the reason why, so I'm not going to lie, I like Total War better for its immersion when it comes to combat, but I like the RPG elements a bit more from Crusader Kings, which, by the way, is it working? Come on, please. It's still loading, so don't know yet. Might just have to load the previous one if this one doesn't work, but my fingers are crossed. But yeah, I mean, this is really cool because so one of the mods I recently got, it adds, well, for Crusader Kings, it adds a lot more provinces and stuff. So for instance, it added a lot of places in, Canaan, Israel, Palestine. At this point, it's, I mean, so many different names for it. I mean, throughout all the time. But the point is that, so the mods I got, it kind of adds a bit more depth to it, but nothing like this. Because the map in this game is specifically focused around the Levant and around basically the territory that was controlled by the New Kingdom of Egypt. And so with that, you're going to get a lot of focusing on those cultures specifically because, you're not going to have the British people be, okay, now I'm kind of uncomfortable with how long this load screen's taking. I am concerned that it might not be working. Shoot. Well, I mean, worst case scenario, I have one that works. That's a bright side. It's not responding right now. It's like I was really sure it was going to work, but I'm not so sure now. Well, let's just continue the video.
Kush, modern-day Sudan, basically. Heading north, we'll get to explore Canaan, the region we usually refer to today as the Levant. Opposite Egypt, across the sea, we'll also get to battle for Anatolia, the peninsula today which makes up most of modern Turkey. We won't be going as far east as Mesopotamia, so don't expect to be tangling with any Assyrians or Babylonians, but the developers were quick to point out that this is a full-fledged main series Total War game, not a saga, so we should expect sandbox gameplay and a scope similar to Rome 2 or 3 Kingdoms.
This is awesome.
Finally, Ramesses III has cornered another pretender to the crown.
While the marketing for Pharaoh centers on Egypt, there is no faction called Egypt to begin with. Similar to 3 Kingdoms and Troy, each faction is organized around a specific historical or semi-historical figure who is in a position to potentially unite their culture under one rule. For the Egyptians, this obviously represents the ambition to become pharaoh, including the historical winner Ramses III. The Hittites in Anatolia have an equivalent office called the Great King, and the Canaanites are kind of stuck in the middle of it all, just trying to survive. There's quite a bit more variety than just those 3 cultures in terms of available units, too. Egypt, by itself, has 4 different regions with their own local native units to recruit, in addition to a base roster tied to your starting character, which is always available. You have Lower Egypt, Upper Egypt, Nubia and Kush in the far south, and the Western Desert on the outskirts where the most rugged and hardy warriors are available. The Hittites will be able to recruit from other Anatolian people like the Phrygians, and the Canaanites have two subcultures with unique units that represent the more settled city-state dwellers closer to the sea and the pastoral hill folk of the east.
Fire! I see you trembling with fear.
As this campaign focuses on the Bronze.
So yeah, it was throttling, so I have to restart it. I'm just going to go to the previous one that I was doing because that one I know works. So we'll just continue watching those in the meantime.
Bronze Age collapse, the world will grow darker and more dangerous as the turns tick by, partly based on how well you're doing at holding everything together. One of the main ways this manifests is in battle as a dynamic weather system. You might start a fight under a baking desert sun, only to be caught in a raging downpour moments later. This can change the terrain mid-battle, with large areas of ground turning into mud that slows down chariots and heavy infantry. Likewise, this marshy muck can dry up if the sun grows too brutal. Each culture is equipped to handle their native lands better than others. Egyptians are typically lightly armored, which makes them nimble and very capable at fighting in extreme heat. The Hittites are much more heavily clad in bronze, shrugging off the cold and the rain and able to endure quite a bit more damage, but they will be more susceptible to the relentless desert sun. Then we come to the enigmatic Sea Peoples, who are typically lightly armored, which makes them nimble and very capable at fighting in extreme heat. The Hittites are much more heavily clad in bronze, shrugging off the cold and the rain and able to endure quite a bit more damage, but they will be more susceptible to the relentless desert sun. Then we come to the enigmatic Sea Peoples, who seemingly overran many ancient and powerful cities during this time. We know very few concrete facts about them, so their depiction in Total War Pharaoh is assembled from fragments of art and written accounts, along with some historical best guesses. But their main role is to serve as a major endgame challenge like the Huns in Total War Attila. They're ruthless raiders and obviously quite talented seafarers, visually realized as a multi-ethnic coalition with eclectic combat gear that suggests they've gathered warriors from all over the ancient Mediterranean. Some of their troops are clearly riffs on Total War Troy's Mycenaeans. They have multiple units with Aegean in their names, for instance. Others borrow from ancient depictions of Corsican, Sardinian, or Cretan islanders. They won't be playable at launch, though the DLC roadmap promising multiple faction packs makes me think that's likely to change. Back on the battle side, the siege AI seems remarkably competent for once, though the city defense I played saw the entire opposing army retreating almost the second their general died, despite making it past the walls and still outnumbering us. Total War Pharaoh is promising more granular, customizable difficulty settings for campaign and battles than ever before, though. Another addition is the ability to damage enemy armor over the course of a melee, with units like clubmen being particularly good at this. We're still living in an era without battlefield cavalry, like in Troy, so chariots are your fastest and smashiest units. We're also getting some new stances that cut down on micromanagement for infantry a bit, including one where you can tell them to simply advance until they run into the enemy and then attack. From what I've gotten my hands on so far, Total War Pharaoh doesn't feel like a revolutionary step forward for the series. Not yet, anyway. But I really look forward to seeing more of the campaign. This is an era I find especially fascinating, and the fact that we know so little about what actually happened is both a challenge and an opportunity for creative assembly. The path ahead lies clear for us to claim the title of Pharaoh this October. For more on Total War, go check out our review of A Total War Saga Troy. And for everything else in the world of video games, stick with IGN.
Okay, wow, we gotta get this working. Yeah, here, I'm just gonna pull this up. Let's see, what's this? Iberia to Israel 1 year ago. Israel is one of the rarest formidable nations in Crusader Kings. I wonder why. You literally have nobody on your side. I mean, it's like you can take Israel if you have the Muslims on your side because you're Muslim, and you can take it if you're Christian. Well, if you're Catholic and you have Catholics on your side. But the moment you try to take it over as a Jew, it's impossible without the modern world.
Working out has done a lot for my mental health. I got more energy, and I don't get into a rut as easily anymore.
Was the monarchy of the Umayyad Caliphate. Hello medieval gaming enthusiasts, my name is AlsmoHD, and in today's challenge video, we will seek to revive the ancient kingdom of Israel as the Sephardic Iberians, one of the rarest cultures in Crusader Kings 3. By the 867 starting date, the Sephardim, or Hispanic Jews, form a minority in the Muslim monarchy of cultures in Crusader Kings 3. Sephardic Iberian video, we will seek to revive the ancient kingdom of Israel as the Sephardic Iberians, one of the rarest cultures in Crusader Kings 3. By the 867 starting date, the Sephardim, or Hispanic Jews, form a minority in the Muslim monarchy of the Umayyad Caliphate, and no Sephardic cultured characters exist as rulers in any of the starting dates.
Again, I wonder why. Like, this is just, obviously it's modeled off of reality, but it shows like Jews, they might have had marginal power, but it was never anything more than marginal. Like, you might be able to be in a position of power, but you never were the one making the decisions, if that makes any sense.
Form a minority in the Muslim monarchy of the Umayyad Caliphate, and no Sephardic cultured characters exist as rulers in any of the starting dates. In this challenge video, we will seek to succeed in the Rabbinic Revolution, forge a Sephardic Spain, and end the Exodus by resurrecting the ancient kingdom of David and reviving the Third Temple. But before we get started, a special thanks to Star Trek Fleet Command for sponsoring the video. Star Trek Fleet Command is a free-to-play, mobile, open-world, strategic MMO available on...
Now this is the type of thing you were talking about, Maya.
...on iOS and Android. Space is the final frontier, and Fleet Command allows you to create your own voyages and thematic adventures by crafting your own ship, like the iconic Enterprise D, and crewing it with famous characters like Jean-Luc Picard, Spock, and many more. In this online universe, you can form alliances with other players, earn reputation among various factions, and send out away teams to explore the edges of space and acquire resources. You can upgrade customizable space stations, research to develop your fleet, and travel to the neutral zone where you can play by your own rules. And I enjoy how Fleet Command allows you to explore the quadrant and forge your own path. Each month, new updates keep the story alive with new rewards. Star Trek Fleet Command is free to play on iOS and Android, so be sure to live long and prosper, and use my link in the description box below to download today. Our journey to Jerusalem starts with the unlikely Sheikh Abdallah of Almira, a 25-year-old one-province vassal to the Umayyad Andalusian Emirate. Abdallah presided over a pious polity, but it was far from prosperous, and lacking the funds needed to journey to Mecca for the Hajj, he set out for the discount Dome of the Rock. But during his travels, he overheard an emissary from the Umayyad Emirate who mocked his morals and manner. Overwhelmed with stress, Abdallah made it to Jerusalem, but his thoughts were far from holy. He returned to Almira and imprisoned his brother, placing the blame for his realm's shame squarely on his shoulders. What should have been a pleasing pilgrimage ultimately resulted in a mental breakdown, and under pressure, Abdallah turned to the Old Testament and found solace in Karaite Judaism. While halakha for our holdings, this action was decidedly haram in the lands of our liege. Our Berber bachelor thus had to fend for himself to secure his accession. To make matters worse, his Sunni state held few potential spouses, with the only Sephardic options being lowborn or unlanded. But true love knows no bounds, and Abdallah opted to marry Mina, who quickly converted Abdallah to her rabbinic beliefs. But our Count's capricious character soon bankrupted the realm, and Almira's economy became based on wedding gifts. And speaking of gifts, Mina was soon showered in silver that Abdallah could scarcely afford, but these lockets proved to be the key to her heart. The young couple were in love, and Mina bore the Count his firstborn son and heir, Ezra, who was soon tutored in the ways of rabbinism and Sephardic culture from his mother. Despite the dubious lineage of his father, Judaism passes along the mother's line, earning Ezra Levantine legitimacy. Abdallah found his state in an increasingly vulnerable position, and, in order to survive, he sought to expand his power base by laying claim to neighboring Malaga. While no count expected the Spanish Inquisition, a Nordic invasion at the hands of Count Heistein was all but a certainty, and aided the Autarch of Almira by destabilizing his liege's lands. During this time of trouble, Ahmet of Sevilla reached out for mutual protection, which Abdallah used to attack Malaga. Sheikh Jafar was finished, and in the space of 2 months, Abdallah now held sway over 2 counties, but our count was far from content. He had designs on the Sheikhdom of Granada, but the peninsular political situation was rapidly deteriorating. Norse invaders now controlled the crown capital of Cordoba, and an independence intifada was launched against his liege by the emirs of Valencia and Catalonia. These conflicts soon spilled into Abdallah's state, but our Sephardic soldiers were able to recover the realm. With the drums of war thundering yet again, it was time to make a move. Abdallah profited off of his monarch's misfortune by launching an invasion of Granada in 876, but his Sultan Senpai noticed this treachery and demanded Abdallah to reconvert to Islam, which was met with laughter. Our liege was simply in no position to make demands, and, despite the threat of title revocation, Abdallah refused every and any attempt to convert his court or his children. You either expand or you die, and the Grenadine Count fell victim to the former, with Alhambra and the ancient Andalusian capital annexed to Almira. Granada was now the crown capital of our united counties, and despite Abdallah's advances, compromises had to be made to Cordoba. Sultan Mohammed was mad, but had not yet revoked our titles. Naturally, Abdallah sought to clean house, both metaphorically and literally, and improved relations by taking out his tyrant's trash. But to the east, the Jadabid and Salamid Emirates soon seceded in their independence wars, and, in desperation, our Muslim monarch Muhammad offered Abdallah the position of marshal. Our protagonist's protection of his progeny had finally paid off, and Ezra, Abdallah's firstborn son and heir, was now Sephardic. Though he had passed his bar mitzvah, few fertile females followed their faith, and thus Ezra had to settle for Tenzert, a maiden of 32 years and over twice his age. This was not as bad of a prospect as his brother Hezekiah, who was left with leftovers and could only secure a spouse 3 times his age. The silly sultan balked at these developments and demanded his subjects to submit to Islam, which was once again refused. Instead, our count charged into Algeciras in 887, and, midway through the war, his laughable liege had at last died. Over the next 2 years, Algeciras and Cabras were conquered, but our family's fiefdom needed fiat, and Abdallah opted to treat his people like his family by exploiting them. He blackmailed the barons of his land, then demanded payments from his progeny, which ultimately resulted in the formation of the Emirate of Granada in 894. Despite this joyful occasion, the monarch's maiden Mina had died, and Abdallah's 3rd son Manasseh was murdered. These were indeed dark times, but on the peninsula, everyone was in peril, and Murcia was held only by a 1-year-old imprisoned infant. It was child's play for Abdallah to annex the area, and, faced with yet another shahada from his sultan, the enraged emir left for Ibiza in 900 AD. Coincidentally, every time Abdallah
All right, so I'm trying out this other preset because I think I basically try to cut around the issues, if that makes any sense. And if this doesn't work, we'll for sure just use the one that I know for sure works, because this one should work, but if for whatever reason it doesn't, you know. So here's hoping. Clone of. Let's see. I want to make sure that's the right one. Yep. This is lost. I play. Here we go.
was called to convert, his liege left the mortal plane, and soon the Sultan passed on the Umayyad throne to the teenage tyrant, Mubarak.
I just want to point this out. The only reason he was able to do any of this, why he's able to have a Jewish ruler in the game without, like playing with mods or without doing custom character creation, is by having a pre-existing landed ruler convert to Judaism. And the moment you do that in the game, the moment you do that, your liege, they're going to be like, hey, I see that you're a Jew now. I don't like that. I want you to be a Muslim or a Christian again. And so you'll say no, and then they'll say, okay, well, you can convert or I can take your title away from you. I mean, like, it's a game, but this also happened in real life. Like, this is here. Let me see. Hi, Chief. Honestly, I don't really care that much about this guy's playthrough. Like, it's interesting, but let's just listen about Spain because that's what he's talking about anyway.
It's also first century, but doesn't necessarily indicate that it originated there. But by the time we get to the 4th century, then it's pretty clear that it's important to the church, at least, to talk about Jews living in the region. Again, I'm going to qualify this in a second, but basically we have a very important church synod or council in a town called Elvira, and there's a whole bunch of Jewish legislation in the
This game, you're not.
deliberations and decisions of this particular council. There are very clear bans in these documents on intermarriage, bans on social dining. That is, Christians are forbidden to engage in recreational dining with Jews. And one of my favorite passages, a very strong adjuration that Christians must not allow Jews to bless their crops, meaning that Pedro can't say to his friend Baruch, hey, you're Jewish, I know you have a close connection with the big guy, come by to my field please and give it a blessing so we can get a good crop. Now the reason why this is somewhat problematic is because although it suggests that these things were happening, it doesn't necessarily mean that they were. They could be kind of like, testimonials to faith that are just inserted in these kinds of documents to sort of explain that, don't worry, we're following the party line on all of these issues. Doesn't actually mean that there are Jews who are doing these things with Christians. On the other hand, sometimes the specificity of these things does suggest that it's more realistic. Like, for example, a ban on intermarriage, sure, that's pretty standard. A ban on owning Christian slaves, Jews should not own Christian slaves. Okay, we hear that too. But mixed dining, blessing the crops, those sound sort of specific. Like, let's say, for example, I understand there are laws on the books here in America that also, prohibit a person from riding his horse in, certain areas of New York City. Now, nobody rides horses except for policemen and maybe those guys with the special carriages. So it doesn't apply to anyone, but there's no point in taking that law off the books. And even if you renew the law code for whatever reason.
All right, sweet. So first part is working, but again, doesn't mean much because it was before as well. So here, let me change the volume so I can hear if it's right there.
Reason, I mean, it doesn't hurt if you just keep it in there. That doesn't mean that there are actually horses riding in the streets. But if there's something really detailed that says something like, people are forbidden from riding their horses in Manhattan, especially when we are, building new cell phone towers, right? So, oh, look at that. There's a detail there that places it within the modern period and makes it more suggestive that it might actually happen that people are riding horses and interfering with the cell phone construction. Kind of a stretched example. At any rate, so it's possible that the Council of Elvira was actually talking about real Jews engaging in real relationships with Christians, but we simply don't know for sure. One more source, which is a letter from Bishop Severus of Minorca in the year 418, is also quite tendentious and could easily be entirely fabricated. But again, the level of detail suggests that such a thing actually happened. In this particular letter that the bishop wrote, he refers to a local conflict between Jews in a Christian community, and he specifically numbers the Jews. I mean, the the level of detail and specificity suggests that it's more realistic than not. They have in this particular letter, which is fascinating for lots of reasons, he depicts a situation in which Jews not only get along with Christians, but they actually have some level of authority. They serve in kind of like municipal councils and so on. And in the end, these Jews are forcibly converted to Christianity. And it's possible that the entire story is entirely fabricated, perhaps for religious propaganda purposes. But there are some thematic elements in the story that are quite ominous, as we shall see this reported in much more authentic sources for several hundred years afterwards. What we can say with some reliability, though, is that by the 3rd century, there are some Jews living in Spain. It is certainly on the periphery of the Jewish world, but this population will certainly increase. And by the time we get to the early 8th century and the Muslim conquest, we'll certainly have a much better sense of the size and the distribution of that population. But let's turn now to the Visigothic period.
Interesting.
So you think you know Wix?
Let's see. So, Ethiopia. That sounds interesting.
The Jews of Ethiopia are absolutely fascinating, and I really enjoyed doing the research for this particular video because so many of the norms that I'm used to by studying, the history of the Jews in the Middle East or in Europe are out the window because things are so different in Ethiopia. So a lot of this was new to me. I was also surprised by how much of it was actually very similar, and I said, well, of course this is Jewish history, even though it's happening in a very different cultural environment. A lot of the parameters and constraints put on the Jews of Ethiopia were identical or at least commensurate with those that Jews in Sephardic and Ashkenazic lands experience. I'm going to speak in this video only about the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia until the late 19th century. There's quite a bit of material here, certainly enough for this lecture. But I have to set aside the remarkable events of the 20th century for a much later lecture when we look at the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia as they finally return to the land of Israel. It is really an amazing story, but I'm going to have to leave that chapter of it till quite a bit later. Let us now turn, however, to the Jews of Ethiopia and specifically their discovery. The term discovery in itself is something of a colonial term because, after all, the Jews of Ethiopia didn't need to be discovered. They simply existed. But they were discovered by the Europeans. So the most important figure in bringing the attention of a Jewish population in Ethiopia to the minds of Europeans, Jews and non-Jews, was James Bruce, this 18th century explorer who wrote this remarkable book, Travels to Discover the Source of the Nile. And on several trips, he actually went and he encountered the Ethiopian Jews, and he wrote about them in quite a fascinating vein and really drew the attention of much of Europe to this unusual Jewish population. But by the time James Bruce came on the scene, Jews had known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years. Just to give you a few examples of the earlier references to them, there is the remarkable story of Eldad the Danite, who a mysterious character who appears in the 9th century and claims to be associated with a Jewish kingdom that some authors have identified with Ethiopia. It's, however, difficult to ascertain because it seems evident that he was a bit of a charlatan, and much of the story that he recorded is questioned by historians. It's more likely he actually came from the region of Arabia, and much of the events that he describes and the conditions that he described really does not pertain to what we surmise must have been Ethiopian Jewish history at that time. So there is a reference here that some historians will rely on, but others regard as suspect. Then we have Benjamin of Tudela, much more reliable source, a famous Jewish traveler who made his way through much of the Jewish world, and he recorded in significant detail what exactly he saw. However, he never got to Ethiopia himself. He merely recorded what he had heard from others. And so there's some question as to the validity of his account of Ethiopia in particular. Nevertheless, there is significant reference to it. Rav Ovadia of Bartanoro, also known as Bartanura, or simply the Rav, very important commentator on the Mishnah, writes about the appearance of African Jews, meaning dark-skinned Nubian Jews, showing up in slave markets and needing to be redeemed by the Jewish community. A much more interesting kind of reliable source, which is certainly confirmed by the extensive writings of Rabbi David ben Abi Zimra, known as the Radbaz, an abbreviation of his name, in the 16th century. He was the preeminent rabbi of North Africa. He was very active in Cairo in particular, and he dealt with specific cases regarding these people from Ethiopia, and he absolutely confirmed that they were Jews from the tribe of Dan. In particular, he dealt with the question of whether a slave woman coming from this region and claiming to be Jewish could be redeemed and then married, meaning could they buy her out of slavery, and then was it possible for a Jew to marry her? And in fact, he ruled in the positive and was very supportive of the Jewish identity story of the Ethiopian Jews. Fascinating. And so Jews have known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years, long before James Bruce, but we don't have really extensive historical data that describe the interactions of this population with other Jewish communities. Here's a map that shows you precisely where the majority of the Jews of Ethiopia were located, around Lake Tana. And as you can see, the proximity to Saudi Arabia and Yemen is very significant. They're about 4,000 miles south of Israel, however. And I think we should turn now to the discussion of where did they come from? How do you get Jews in Ethiopia? They don't seem to be fitting into any other patterns of migration that we know of Jews from Israel.
No matter what your goals are, we can help you reach them. Whether your goal is to make your mark in the arts, save lives, preserve the planet, or explore unknown worlds,
according to the Kebra Nagast, which is a medieval account of the history of Ethiopia, the entire Ethiopian royalty come from Israel. Echoing the account in the Hebrew scriptures, the Queen of Sheba, which is located just to the east of Ethiopia across the Red Sea, traveled to Israel and met King Solomon. Then she returned.
Bum, 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 bum. Okay, it's working, hopefully. I wonder if it was the dab that did it.
time to Ethiopia, and she was expecting a son by King Solomon who was named Menelik, and he formed the beginning of the Ethiopian royalty. So ironically, Ethiopians regard themselves as Israelites, particularly, and he formed the beginning of the Ethiopian royalty. So ironically, Ethiopians regard themselves as Israelites, particularly because of the Ethiopian beginning of the Ethiopian royalty. So ironically, Ethiopians regard themselves as Israelites, particularly because of this particular royal connection. In the oral traditions of Ethiopian Jewry, this is one of the several stories that may account for their existence there. There is, however, no other data to support this other than the oral tradition. There are similar oral traditions that suggest that perhaps the Ethiopian Jews were a break off from those Jews who left Egypt in the period of the Exodus, or perhaps the tribe of Dan from northern Israel who successfully evaded the Assyrian invasion in the 8th century before the Common Era, made their way to Ethiopia. And all of these are kind of like legends that are lost in time and have no real way of validating them. Other theories, which may have a little bit more validity, or at least maybe a little bit more credibility, is the influence
What just happened?
of Jews through Chimyar. You'll recall we spoke about them a few weeks ago. This is the kingdom in South.
So this is actually really fascinating. I actually learned about the Himyarite Jews from, of all places. Wait, is it? No, I thought it worked. All right. Let's see. Abu Kariba. Let's see. Abu Kariba Khimyar. Oh, it worked. Woo! Wait, did it? Well, I mean, it definitely worked. It was just, I was trying to see if one of the other ones worked. But, oh, shoot. Looks like it froze. Please don't freeze. Please don't freeze. Please don't freeze. Okay, good. Here. Okay, so, here. I'm going to share a screen for this. Or I'm going to use my phone to check the comments. So, here. Yeah, it's going to take a while to load each area. One second, I'm just checking to see how smooth it is in terms of... Okay, that's pretty smooth. The stream's really nice. Okay. So, anyway, here in Chimyar... Well, actually, here, let's start off with Israel. So, look at this. So, the year is... Wait, does it not say? Well, not shoot, not... let's see, he's 55. Does it say? I think it's 769. Okay, so the year is 769, and the Abbasid Empire, or Abbasid Caliphate, controls all this territory, from Egypt all the way up to Syria, all the way to almost Afghanistan. Like, this is wild. Look, the Roman Empire at its heyday was so obvious. Keep in mind, if you view it solely as dynasties, then yeah, it's going to look like less. But here, look at this, faiths. All of this, except for parts here, because this is where you get some holdouts of Zoroastrianism and other like not strictly monotheistic faiths. But basically, all of, let's see, Waqi? No, they're not Muslim. So what? So Sunni, Ibadi, Wabi. Oh no, that's just the desert, maybe. I'm not really sure why it says Waqfi. But anyway, then here Mozarabic. So that's actually, yeah, I don't know what that term is in or like what the origin of that is. So, and then about this, yeah. So at this point, look, really, the only part of the world that's Christian at this point, outside of some offshoots in far in China, Tibet, almost. You really only have. Oh, sweet! I forgot I could do this. So look at this. This. Okay, so actually, wait, I forgot about this. So this. So all of England at this point is Christian. All of Western Europe. Eastern Europe hasn't even started to become Christian yet, not really, except for parts of the Balkans. And you still have all this pagan traditions up in the north. And so when I do my playthrough, I'm going to ideally actually seed pagan communities throughout the world so that it's a lot more interesting, because frankly, history is fun, but fantasy is much more, especially when it's like fantastical but realistic. I sorry about that. I posted it. I'll post it again. Wait, is this? Let's see. Just. So that's interesting, because it seemed. Oh, I thought. What was I seeing that made me think of that? Wow. Okay, this is actually kind of freaking me out now, because seeing this, what you wrote, just because I know the root, it's like I almost saw the word that it means. So Chanoch is from Chinuch. Here, let me turn the volume down. So Chanoch is from Chinuch, and Chinuch is education. So it's interesting. Chanoch Chanoch means like wise or educated, I think. But let's see. Yeah, Chinuch. So like the minister of education is the Sarah Chinuch. But Chanoch, yeah, Enoch is Chanoch. Oh, awesome. Mahosh, are you Mahosh Trahosh? Are you Israeli? Let's see. Invite. Achi Israeli. Yeah, when I graduate, I want to make Aliyah. I mean, it's like I'm like very like I don't really say that openly that much, like unless I'm around other Jews, just because of how politically contentious it is. But at the same time, like I literally disagree with so much of the current government's policies, and um, honestly, I could see it. But I'm really interested in the Amharites movement, and yeah, so I don't really know how stigmatized I would be if I embrace that. I really don't know how accepted that type of stuff is nowadays. It's like I know there was a resurgence of it in the 60s and 70s, but honestly a lot of it just seems tied together with reconstructionism, and I think there's something to that, but at the same time I'm not interested in just like recreating something that never existed. I'm interested in going back to the past. Of course, without abandoning our morals today, because certain things like sacrifice, I think, are just, even if it's human sacrifice, not even, sorry, I mean, even if it's animal sacrifice, I guess on the other hand, it is a different worldview. Like, for instance, uh, what is it? Like obviously, if you eat meat anyway, there's nothing actually objectionable about animal sacrifice, because what you're doing is because let's be realistic. People didn't start sacrificing animals to the gods and realize, hey, their meat tastes good. They were eating meat, and then they realized that there was something lost despite them gaining something. And so in spite of that, they have to come up with an explanation for why what they're doing is, yeah, nah, it's not a Freudian slip. I'm just tired. Always this Etza Rimon. Oh my god, I love this song. Dang it, I shouldn't have said anything, and I should have asked you if you recognized it. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I didn't get the link yet. Sorry about that. Wait, where is it? שב חומתי שם. One second. Okay, here, I figured out what I was doing wrong. I live. Okay, again, it depends on, how, I mean, because if there's anything going on in Israel, like what's going on in America right now in regards to like movements against anything that's seen as traditional or, Orthodox, I'm really scared about. So I honestly, somewhere in the north, that would be nice. But I also know myself, and I don't like being too far away from where everything's at. So probably, also, Tel Aviv's nice, but living there, it's honestly, wherever I live, I like. I like where I live, if that makes any sense. But I don't necessarily live where I like, if that makes any sense. Like, oh yeah, here's the lyrics. Okay, yeah, I posted the link here for you. Oh, interesting. So I knew about the so yeah, so the route for Canaan, if you go with I think it's Kaf Nun, then it's lowland, or Kana. No, I think it might be Kaf Nun Ayin. But here, I'm gonna pull it up. Oh, here you have it. Derived from the word Kana, by extension, means humble or subdued, and can also mean merchant. But no, the merchant, that's spelled with a kof, not with a kaf. Hebrew Bible, Canaan was son of Ham and grandson of Noah, who founded the Canaanite tribe. Yeah. No, but totally. If you do that, we should meet up sometime. Like, there's like very little community in terms of what I'm looking for here in Arizona. I mean, maybe there is, but it's kind of like, on one hand, like, I'm interested in, like, contemporary pagan movements, but at the same time, I'm interested in a synthesis between that and Judaism, because I see Judaism coming out from that. And I mean, obviously, I like earlier I was talking about how I think they come from I think that both Judaism and the pagan traditions come from a similar place. Again, like, that's not saying that, most people, like, what I'm talking about, like, definitely most people today would see this prototype as pagan, but I don't think it was. I think people just worshipped, and they weren't thinking like, oh, I worship one god or I worship many gods. It was just about worshiping God, and that was in however many forms that was. And it's like, it's just, to me, it feels like such a needless, like, because at the end of the day, even in Judaism, you have this idea that there were no Jews until the giving of the Torah on Mount Sinai. So before then, what were they? They were Israelites. And what were Israelites? Israelites were Canaanites. So it's, I mean, anyway, but yeah. I'll have to check out that movement, Tnuat Haaretz. Yeah, here, actually, let me see if I can find anything on that. Dang it! I'm telling you, this shows you how badly I have ADHD or ADD. I don't even know. I haven't been diagnosed yet. Okay, so here, provinces, realms. Is it? Yeah, here. So before, there used to be, like, not even close to this much. So here, I'm going to select to play as here. Okay. I also have a mod that adds lycanthropy and vampirism. Oh my god, you guys gotta check this out. I also have a mod that adds. Check this out. Wait, am I still sharing my screen? Yeah, I am. Good. So here, if I scroll down all the way. Woo! Okay. Oh my god, this is so cool. I guess I should say, oh my gods. Blood of Legend, Heimdall, Tyr, Thor, Odin, Loki, Hod? Interesting. I didn't know there was a god named Hod. Hel, Frigg, Freya, Balder, Eris, Zeus, Dionysus, Poseidon, Hestia, Hermes, Hera, Hephaestus, Hades, Demeter, Athena, Artemis, Ares, Apollo, Aphrodite. Like, this is awesome. You can literally make demigods. And I guess theoretically you could make self-insert characters for the gods as well and create dynasties of gods. Not gonna lie, that's probably what I'm going to do. And then I'll just do like like maybe have them off in some far off realm called Iceland. And then they'll have kids, and then those kids will be, I'm trying to figure out how that would work, because like there's really no way that you could have this one, like, Thor as Zeus. Like, basically it would have to be like, it wouldn't work. I would basically just have to do one. I get ahead of myself way too much. Anyway, so yeah, you can make demigods if you want. Also, check this out. Hashishia. This character is dependent on the consumption of hashish to deal with the stress of everyday life. Guilty as charged. But yeah, so here, let's check out Eretz Canaan. So, also some really cool mods. So, oh wait, here. Select play. Here. Okay. So here you have Jerusalem, or on Yerushalayim, alternatively in Arabic Al-Quds. But yeah, so here you can see the Dome of the Rock. The Dome of the Rock is situated in the center of the Temple Mount, in the place where the Temple of Solomon and the Jewish Second Temple It's interesting. Temple of Solomon doesn't say the Jewish first temple, but the Temple of Solomon and the Jewish second temple stood. The temple's foundation stone is said to be the place where God created the world and the first human, Adam. The Dome of the Rock and the nearby Church of the Holy Sepulchre attract Abrahamic pilgrims from all around the world. So it gives you all these boosts. But look at this. You can upgrade it and make the third temple. But I think it requires same faith. Interesting. Does it? Yeah, it requires you to be Jewish, but hundreds of years after the destruction of the Second Temple, the time has finally come to restore the temple in Jerusalem. This third temple will stand the test of time, vigilantly guarded from all those who would see it destroyed. So yeah, if you want to start a third world war, right? I guess there hasn't even been a first world war yet. I mean, technically there's been many, but it's just semantics. So, yeah, so here you have Jerusalem. But then this is really cool because it shows you right here you have Bethlehem south of it, which isn't in the base game. At least I'm pretty sure it isn't. Then you have the Tour de David, or the Tower of David, which also isn't in the base game. Ramla, I think, is in the base game, but I changed it to Beit Shemesh for the sake of I don't know. Beit Shemesh is cooler than Ramla just because it's associated with Shemesh, but that's just me. Then you have Jaffa or Jaffa. You have Lode or Lod. Lod in Hebrew, it's Luda in Arabic. That wasn't in the base game. Neither was Kula. I don't actually know what Kula. Let me see. Also, let me check the. Let's see. Kula is. Sorry, gotta search for this. Kula. Let's see. Kula, Israel. Okay, interesting. So Kula. Oh wow. So history. During the 12th century, the Hospitaliers established an administrative and collective collection center in the village, comprising a tower and a vaulted structure. Ottoman period. In 1596, Kula was part of the Ottoman Empire. Nahia, a subdistrict of Al-Ramla, under the Liwa of Gaza, with a population of 69 Muslim households, an estimated population of 380. The villagers paid taxes on goats and beehives and a press that was used for processing either olives or grapes, in addition of a fixed sum, a total of 6,650 akse. In 1838, Kula was among the villages Edward Robinson noted from the top of the White Mosque in Ramla. In 1870, the French explorer Victor Guérin noted this village located on a rocky hill obviously replaced a small town or ancient village. There is a large building now divided into several private dwellings, built either by the Muslims or by the Christians at the time of the Crusades, with cut stones removed from old buildings. Wow. British Mandate. During the British Mandate period, the village expanded along the Ramla Tulkarm highway. In the village center was the mosque, several small shops, and a school, which had been founded in 1919. By the mid-1940s, the school had 134 students. 1922 census of Palestine, Kula had a population of 480 Muslims, increasing in the 1931 census to 697, still all Muslims, and a total of 172 houses. In the 1945 statistics, the population was 1,010, all Muslims, while the total land area was 4,347 dunams. According to official landing population surveys, of this, a total of 2,842 dunams of land was used for cereals, 105 dunams used to irrigate. And then let's see, fighting in the region took place between the IDF and Arab Legion's forces during Operation Dani during the 10 days after the end of the first truce in the 1948 war. The IDF's Alexandroni Brigade had been sent to secure the area south of the Iraqi army's zone of control and fought over the village with the Arab League's 1st Brigade. The IDF captured the village for the last time on July 18th, just before the start of the second truce. An IDF report stated that after it captured the village, the mutilated bodies of 19 members of the Alexandroni brigade were discovered. Most of the villagers fled during the war, leaving only a few, primarily elderly, behind. In the late 1990s, researcher Abdul Jawad reported testimony from former villagers who stated that 6 women and 1 man who were left behind were shot or burned to death in their homes. Oh my God. The ruins of the town can be found in the Kula forest in Israel. In 1992, the Palestinian historian Walid Khalidi described the site. A forest covers much of the village site. The rubble of crumbled houses and terraces lies among the trees, and cactuses and fig, mulberry, and eucalyptus trees grow there as well. The only remaining landmark is a school on the west side of the site. The hilly parts of the surrounding land are used for grazing animals. The rest of the land is cultivated. It's sad, but it's like you can't talk about the history of the land without addressing that. Okay, let's see. What's this? Loki, what's the difference with Merc? I mean, I guess you could argue that, like, I definitely think they're connected. It's just they are technically different routes. Let's see. Phoenician import-export. New hybrid gods, a novel idea. Interesting. So you think they might have been responsible for this, like, adoption in Egypt of all these foreign gods, maybe? Anyway, so then you have Ibelin, which is Yavna, which is actually where the Talmud, the Jerusalem Talmud, was compiled in Yavna. Then you have Ashkelon, which was a Philistine city. Then you have Gaza, also a Philistine city. Then you have Darom, which is, I forget what it was called before that, but it's like Dar al Balad or something, but it gets shortened to Darum or something. I'm not sure. Then you have Caesarea, which was in the base game. Oh wow, this is cool. And then you have a castle here, Kaimont. That's definitely was a Europeanification of it. But then here you have Bethsan or Beit Shean, which is ancient Scythopolis where the Scythians were. Then you have Nablus or Shechem. You have Jericho, which they added to the base game. They also added Beit Shean, I should add. Let's see. Akko was in the base game. Castellum Regis, which is called Me'ilia in Hebrew. They added that. Banias was in it, which is Panias. Then you have Tyre, Balfour, Saida. So Tyre is Sur, Saida is Sidon. Oh wow, what's this? Bersaf. I don't know what Bersaf is, but that's added. They added that. Then you have Beirut. That was in the base game. Chateau de Gibelet. Oh wow, that's Byblos. That must be Byblos, unless there's another. Yeah, that's Byblos. Because it's Chateau de Gibelet. It's from Jabal, and that's the Semitic name for Byblos. Then you have Botron, Amiens, Tripolis. You have another Benias. Latakia. This is where, I'm pretty sure this is where modern day, or where they found Ugarit at. Then you have Antioch. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty amazing. And then here you can see, here's Mesopotamia. Just beautiful rendition. And then here we can go all the way to China. Unfortunately, this mod doesn't have Japan added yet. But like, I didn't even know that they had done this until I like re-downloaded this game. Yeah. No. So the Kadesh. So a Kadesh was a priest, but the Kadesha or Kadeshot were the priestesses. So also, check this out. This is the Hantuman or Andaman, the Andaman Islands. Check this out. Here, this is, I mean, oh God, I should not say palate cleanser. That's inappropriate, but it is a palate cleanser. I need to take a dab. So anyway, check this out. So here we have, so he's Kadai, the faith of some of the first inhabitants of Southeast Asia. Kadai is characterized by common belief in spirits, taboos, and a reverence for the spirits of thunder and lightning. Okay, that's cool. Then here's the wait, is it? Okay, here's their tenets. Unrelenting faith. Our convictions are strong, and we will gladly fight and die for our faith. No matter how badly the odds are stacked against us, we shall not surrender. Headhunting. May fight rivals or others who have committed crimes against you into the death in ritual combat, taking their head as a trophy. Executions earn piety instead of costing piety. Basically, your civilization likes you more rather than less for doing that. Grants the raid for captives casus belli, so you can declare war to capture captives, and it makes headhunter, skilled headhunter, and legendary headhunter as virtues in this, and then spirit guides. So yeah, basically, don't go there and try to convert them. That's going to end very, very badly for you. Oh, right. So this is what we're going to. Well, palate cleanser first. Again, poor choice of words, but here. Here I need to just change what I'm sharing. Stop. Okay, present. Share screen. Here. Was that his name? Yeah. Let's see if I can find a. All right, here.
This video was made possible by Audible. Get a free audiobook from Audible exclusively by going to audible.com/reallifelore. So this island here is North Sentinel Island, and you're not allowed to visit it. There's a few reasons why, but first it's important to know that North Sentinel Island is part of the Greater Andaman Islands, which are in the middle of the Bay of Bengal, roughly 1,300 kilometers away from India and 300 kilometers away from Myanmar. Bengal, roughly North Sentinel Island is part of the Greater Andaman Islands, which are in the middle of.
Interesting. So apparently, okay, so it actually is depicted on that map, but it's not actually a territory you can go to. So I mean, they're all roughly related. The people on the Andaman Islands. So, but wow, that's wild. But yeah. That's just okay. So wait, okay, that's cool. So there's actually 3 territories. Wait, what? No, that's wild. So it looks like there's Yarewa, Bojigyab, and then they also have Onge and Jarawa. Fascinating. Okay, let's see.
The Bay of Bengal, roughly 1,300 kilometers away from India and 300 kilometers away from Myanmar. Except for this tiny bit here, the rest of the islands are governed by India, and that includes North Sentinel Island right here. The people who inhabit the island are known as the Sentinelese, and even though their island is technically a part of India, they've probably never even heard of India. Or anywhere else for that matter. You see, the Sentinelese are one of the very last remaining groups of people on Earth that have remained virtually untouched and uncontacted from modern civilization. They live a hunter-gatherer lifestyle, surviving from fishing, hunting, and gathering plants, similar to how all of our ancestors lived tens of thousands of years ago in the Paleolithic era. If the real world was like a game of Civilization 5, then the Sentinelese would not have even discovered agriculture yet, which is the very first tech that you research in the game. They also have still not discovered a way of producing 5 than the centuries ago in the Paleolithic era. If the real world was like a game of civilization, tens of thousands of fishing, hunting, and gathering plants, similar to how all of our ancestors lived tens of thousands of years ago in the Paleolithic era. If the real world was like a game of Civilization 5, then the Sentinelese would not have even discovered agriculture yet, which is the very first tech that you research in the game. They also have still not discovered a way of producing fire. So they've been pretty isolated from the rest of human history and culture for untold thousands of years. The strange thing about this society, though, is how close it exists to the modern world. The island is only 50 kilometers away from Port Blair, a modern city home to over 100,000 people with an international airport, a major naval base used by the Indian Navy, and the seat of government for the Andaman and Nicobar Islands territory. The way this situation came to be is rather interesting. The first known contact between the Sentinelese and the outside world wasn't until the year 1867. In that year, an Indian merchant ship crashed on a reef near the island. The crew escaped to the beach and were attacked by the locals, who were seeing the first other humans in their entire civilization's history. They survived when another passing ship rescued them, and periodic contacts were made by the British until 1887. From then on, nobody from the outside world managed to make contact with them again until in 1970, when the Indian government sent a group of anthropologists who spotted them on the beach. Tragedy struck in 1974, when a National Geographic team went to the island to shoot a documentary and got attacked by volleys of arrows as their boat got too near the beach. The director was struck by an arrow in his thigh, and the crew retreated afterwards. In 1981, a ship wrecked itself on the north side of the island, which can still be seen there today on Google Maps. They radioed for urgent help after they spotted the Sentinelese building boats on the beach armed with javelins and arrows, but help didn't come for 2 weeks. Eventually, they were all rescued by helicopter, and the first actual peaceful contact between them and the outside world finally occurred in 1991 with a group of Indian anthropologists. But the Indian government decided to stop any further expeditions to the island in 1997 out of fear of introducing diseases that the Sentinelese would have no immunities against, like what happened in a few other places around the world previously to this, and just because the risk of getting attacked by them was considered too great. They survived the Indian Ocean tsunami in 2004 after a helicopter sent to check up on them was warned away by a warrior with a bow, and ultimate tragedy struck in the year 2006 when 2 fishermen who were illegally fishing in the waters near the island fell asleep and had their boat drift just a little too close to the beach. Sentinelese archers killed the men, and when a helicopter came to recover their bodies, it was also attacked by a volley of arrows and driven away. In the aftermath of these incidents, the Indian government has banned all travel to the island and declared a 3-mile exclusion zone around it, which is enforced by their navy. That is the reason why you'll probably never get to set foot on this island. And even if you could, you probably wouldn't even want to. The latest Indian census of the island tried to estimate their population and calculated it to be around 40, but other estimates place the true population somewhere between 50 and 400 people. Whatever the number, the last people from the outside world that visited the island was in 2006, and neither lived to talk about it. But imagine what the perspective of these islanders must be like. When that ship crashed on the island back in 1981, it may have accidentally kickstarted the Iron Age for their civilization, as they have been observed to be scavenging the wreckage for iron that they now use in their arrow tips. To them, their island is their universe, and the outside world is as far away as the stars and space are to our civilization. We are their aliens with incomprehensible technology and languages, and we have much to learn from how they've reacted to us so far. We can't say for certain when or if contact with the Sentinelese will occur again, but what I can say for certain is how to get a free audiobook. You head over to audible.com/reallifelore. As I'm sure you've heard before, Audible is a leading provider of audiobooks and other spoken word entertainment. They have thousands of great titles, and there are some audiobooks that you can only find on Audible, like Artemis, a heist story on the moon written by Andy Weir, the author of The Martian, which I strongly recommend you listen to before it's inevitably made into a movie. What's amazing about Audible?
Let's see. Oh yeah, I've said that for a while. Was it Torah, which is the Torah, and then Hathor. So I mean, like, yeah, you're thinking of Torah as in from Taurus, but no, think of it as Torah as in Hathor. But also because I'm trying to think of what the root would be, but was it the Shiaks? How that fit? Yeah. So I'm going to play another. Oh, here, the one about Himyarites. I'm just currently adding tags to the video so more people can see it if they're searching for it, because I know I'll forget later. So here, about the Himyarim. Let's see. Let's see. Just trying to see if I can find a quick one. Abu Kariba Himyarite. Himyar Attila. Is there any discussion of it? If not, I know what to look for. Yeah, here. We'll just about the Himyarite Kingdom. Yeah. Okay, here.
Brought to you by Wikipedia
Oh no,
documentaries.
don't be one of those.
Kingdom or Imya, historically referred to as the Homerite Kingdom by the Greeks.
Interesting. Homerite Himyar.
Imya is Himyarite Kingdom. The Imyarite Kingdom or Imya, historically referred to as the Homerite Kingdom by the Greeks and the Romans, was a kingdom in ancient Yemen, established in 110 BCE. It took as its capital the ancient city of Zaffa, to be followed at the beginning of the 4th century by what is the modern-day city of Sana'a. The kingdom conquered neighboring Saba in c. 25 BCE, Kataban in c. 200 CE, and Hadramaut c. 300 CE. Its political fortunes relative to Saba changed frequently until it finally conquered the Sabian kingdom around 280. Himyar then endured until it finally fell to invaders from the kingdom of Axum in 525. History. The Imyarite kingdom was the dominant polity in Arabia until 525. Its economy was based on agriculture, and foreign trade centered on the export of frankincense and myrrh. For many years, the kingdom was also the major intermediary linking East Africa and the Mediterranean world. This trade largely consisted of exporting ivory from Africa to be sold in the Roman Empire. Ships from Imyar regularly traveled the East African coast, and the state also exerted a large amount of influence, both cultural, religious and political, over the trading cities of East Africa, whilst the cities of East Africa remained independent. The Periplus of the Erythraean Sea describes the trading empire of Imyar and its ruler Charabiel, who is said to have been on friendly terms with Rome. Early period 115 BC until 300 AD. During this period, the kingdom of Imyar conquered the kingdoms of Saba and Kataban, and took Raden, Zaffa for its capital instead of Marib. Therefore, they have been called Du-Raden. In the early 2nd century AD, Saba and Kataban split from the kingdom of Imyar, yet in a few decades Kataban was conquered by Hadramo, whereas Saba was finally conquered by Imyar in the late 3rd century. Zaffa's ruins still lie on Mudawa mountain near the town of Yaram. During this period, they began to decline and fall. Their trade failed to a very great extent, firstly, because of the Nabatean domain over the north of Aegas, secondly, because of the Roman superiority over the naval trade routes after the Roman conquest of Egypt, Syria and the north of Hijaz, and thirdly, because of intertribal warfare. Thanks to the three above-mentioned factors, families of Khartoum were disunited and scattered about all over Arabia. Jewish monarchy. The Himyarite kings appear to have abandoned polytheism and converted to Judaism around the year 380, several decades after the conversion of the Ethiopian kingdom of Axum to Christianity, though no changes occurred in its script, calendar, or language. This date marks the end of an era in which numerous inscriptions record the names and deeds of kings, and dedicate buildings to local and major gods. From the 380s, temples were abandoned and dedications to the old gods ceased, replaced by references to Ramanan, the Lord of Heaven or Lord of Heaven and Earth. The political context for this conversion may have been Arabian by references to Ramanan, the Lord of Heaven or Lord of
He's the
Heaven
one
and
that
Earth.
he's the one that was worshipped by King Naaman of Aram.
The political context for this conversion may have been Arabia's interest in maintaining neutrality and good trade relations with the competing empires of Byzantium, which first adopted Christianity under Constantine the Great, and the Sasanian Empire, which alternated between Zurvanism and Manichaeism. One of the first Jewish kings, Tubur-Abu Kariba Asad, is believed to have converted following a military expedition into northern Arabia in an effort to eliminate Byzantine influence. The Byzantine emperors had long eyed the Arabian Peninsula and sought to control the lucrative spice trade en route to India. The Byzantines hoped to establish a protectorate by converting the inhabitants to Christianity. Some progress had been made in northern Arabia, but with little success in Imyar. Abu Kariba's forces reached Yathrib and, meeting no resistance, they passed through the city, leaving the king's son behind as governor. Abu Kariba soon received news that the people of Yathrib had killed his son. He turned back in order to wreak vengeance on the city. After cutting down the palm trees, from which the inhabitants derived their main income, he laid siege to the city. The Jews of Yathrib fought side by side with their pagan neighbors. During the siege, Abu Kariba fell severely ill. Two Jewish scholars in Yathrib, Kaab and Asad, by name, called on the king in his camp and used the knowledge of medicine to restore him to health. While attending the king, they pleaded with him to lift the siege and make peace. The Sage's appeal is said to have persuaded Abu Kariba. He called off his attack and also embraced Judaism along with his entire army. At his insistence, the two Jewish scholars accompanied the Emirate king back to his capital, where he demanded that all his people convert to Judaism. Initially, there was great resistance, but after an ordeal had justified the king's demand and confirmed the truth of the Jewish faith.
So yeah, I mean, wait, did he make a video? Sorry, I'm trying to find Jews of Ethiopia. But yeah, so I managed to finish adding the let's see, managed to finish adding the tags.
Many Himyarites embraced Judaism. Some historians argue that the conversions were not due to political motivations, but that Judaism, by its philosophical, simplistic and austere nature, was attractive to the philosophical, simplistic.
All right, so here I'm going to see. See, Jews in Yemen. Let's see.
Jews have been in Yemen since the ancient era of the First Temple. According to one tradition, after King Solomon met with the Queen of Sheba, Solomon sent her home accompanied by Jewish scholars and advisors. This unique group formed the basis of the Yemenite branch of Jewry. Throughout history, Jews traded amongst themselves across the world. Researchers refer to the merchants of Sheba and Ramah in the book of Yechezkel, chapter 27, verse 22. "Rochlei Sheba veRama, hemu rochleich b'rosh kol bosem u'b'chol eben yikara, v'zahav natnu iznovaich." The merchants of Sheba and Ramah, they were thy merchants. They dealt in thy wares with chief of all spices and with all precious stones in thy merchants. They
The Merchants of Shiva and Rama. That sounds Indian, but I also posted the link to join if anyone wants to hop in, because it'll honestly dialogue. I'm always better with dialogue. It's like just because I get lost in my own thoughts, but no pressure. But yeah, here.
He dealt in thy wares with chief of all spices and with all precious stones and gold. In Melachem Aleph, it states that the Queen of Sheba brought to Solomon on her voyage to Jerusalem a great amount of spices and gold and precious stones. Tata Mikra notes that the land of Sheba upon which the queen ruled included fertile land in the southwest of the Arabian Peninsula, what we call Yemen today. Shlomo sent her back with everything she asked for, including the wisdom of Shlomo's country, such as artisans and scholars. Following the destruction of the first and second temples, many Jews were exiled and arrived in Yemen. Rabbi Shlomo Adani, a 16th century Jewish scholar from Yemen, wrote that Ezra the scribe sent requests to the Jews of Yemen to return to the land of their forefathers to help build the second temple. But like many Jewish communities of the time, they refused to leave their homes. Though few in number, there are still Jews living in Yemen today, holding by the same traditions of their forefathers.
Those fake ads really drive you mad, huh? The game looks so fun in the ads, but when you download it, it's a totally different game.
Even with up-to-date textbooks and the latest technologies, we often find it difficult to sit down and study. We pride ourselves on simply completing one book of Chumash, but just a few decades ago, the Yemenite Jews showed how it was done. Due to the late arrival of the printing press to Yemen, the Jews found peculiar ways to study.
סביב שרפרף אחד הם היו יושבים על הארץ, דואגים לשבת מכל הכיוונים, הילדים מכל הכיוונים, מכל הזוויות, כך שהם מסוגלים 6 לקרוא בספר אחד מכל כיוון. אפילו הפוך, ישר בזווית באלכסון, הוא יודע לקרוא.
Talk about sharing is caring. Students would surround a Mori, a teacher of religious studies, and get to work. And that work was not easy. They were required to memorize all their studies at a very young age. And if that wasn't enough, most educated men would try and write a taj, literally a crown. They would handwrite all 5 books of the Torah.
Wait, so Mahush, did you manage to get the link? I posted it, but I'm not sure if you joined. Just want to make sure you were able to get in. Let's see here.
In Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic, sometimes even with Rashi translation as well. The Yemenite Jews are also strong believers in Rambam's approach of working while studying, as Rambam writes in Hilchot Talmud Torah, chapter 3, verse 9. כל המשים את ליבו שיעסוק בתורה ולא יעשה מלאכה ויתפרנס מן הצדקה, הרי זה חילל את השם. Whoever prays on his heart to engage in Torah and not to do work and make a living from charity, it is void of the name of God. The Yemenites believe that it was never the ideal to have Torah study as the sole profession. For example, Rabbi Yosef Kapach, who was one of the foremost leaders of the Yemenite Jewish community in Israel, was a third-generation filigree worker. Learning and teaching was a privilege, but they never forgot the value of pursuing a profession.
Interesting.
Ben Israel community is unique and different from the rest of the world Jewry, with the fact that once they arrived in India with this very difficult kind of a shipwreck and had lost all their religious books. Their religious practices were based on only three things: Shabbat, Kashrut, and Brit Milah. They kept Kashrut completely, they kept Shabbat to the large extent possible, and they were continuing the Brit Milah. There was no contact between the Ben Israels who landed here with the shipwreck with the world Jewry. They lost contact for centuries.
My name is सोशलना बेंजामिन वास्कर। संबंध अपना रहता है वही, अभी अपने जूस ज्यादा नहीं है।
There are, as it is, very few Jews here, but there are quite a number of Hindus. We live as we are, they live as they are, and we can't follow their practices, but we live together.
थोड़ा बहुत मैं जाना तो पड़ता ही है ना।
We do go for their functions when they have them. They come for our functions, so it is also our obligation to go for their functions. Yet we do not participate in it if it is contradictory to our religion, but we do show our presence where we can.
My name is Ilan Benjamin Vaskar. मेरा फेवरेट गेम है क्रिकेट। मला नमाज बोलायला
I like to come to the synagogue because I love to pray, I love to put money in the charity box, and to light memorial candles.
My name is Jacob. My father's name Eliza and surname Dandekar.
It is the general feeling that they hold towards God, that they show empathy and respect towards us. Even on Simchat Torah, to decorate the sukkah, we receive fruits from them. Ultimately, it is an act to God.
So that's actually something that's really interesting. India is one of the few countries where Jews have lived and not been persecuted. Like, I don't want to, erase from the fact, because like Israel and India has a really good relationship nowadays, but that can really obscure it because people look at, the regime in Israel now, and they'll look at, the Hindutva movement, and they'll use that to judge, all, like, basically the entire relationship between the two peoples. But in reality, no, like, because the Hindutva movement is in many ways, like, Hindutva can easily go into anti-Semitism, but the point is that of all the Jews were never kicked out of India. And it really just comes down to the fact that, Jews generally weren't kicked out of any Muslim countries either. They were just in an inferior status than Muslims. But in Europe, almost every European country has kicked out Jews at one point or another. Almost every. But again, if anyone wants to join the stream, I posted the link up here because I honestly am going to need a bit of dialogue if we want to get into the game at all, because otherwise it's just going to be a lot of silence because I can't have this screen up at the same time as the game. Unfortunately, I'm trying to figure out how to do that, but yeah, let's see, present extra camera. Yeah, even if I wanted to, I'd need a different version. But let's see, slides, does that work? Yeah, I have no clue how to. Anyway, if anyone wants to join, there's the link.
If we receive an
Oh, right. Let's see. Yeah, here it is.
Arabia that converted to Judaism sometime around the 4th, 5th century, and they had significant conflict with the kingdom of Aksum, which was based in what would be today called Ethiopia. So it's possible that maybe Judaism arrived in Ethiopia through the influence of the Chimyar. But what is without doubt is there is a certain population of people in Ethiopia who identify as Jews. We'll see there's a little bit of a caveat on what that word actually means, living within or alongside the Christian kingdom of Ethiopia. Here's a representation of the Christian king speaking to Muslims. The historical data on the experience of these Jews is not fully fleshed out until much later, but it appears that they had some degree of self-rule. It's debatable whether they had a full kingdom of their own, but they definitely had a certain amount of territory and authority that was often in conflict with the Christian rulers of Ethiopia. There is a famous Queen Yodit, who is sometimes identified as a Jewish queen, and historians have identified the high point of their self-rule in the 16th century, followed by a marked decline as they slowly begin to lose much of their landed status. Their occupational profile changes from farming and going into crafts, pottery, and other types of semi-urban types of professions. Still very strongly represented in the martial arts, but gradually losing their connection to ancestral land, which would have very negative consequences when we get to the 18th and 19th century. Now, let us speak a little bit about what do we call these people. I've kind of danced around it, and the term Ethiopian Jewry is sort of vague. It is important to note that they would call themselves the Beta Yisrael, the House of Israel. And this was designed to contrast them
Hey, Zero,
from
what's
the
up?
Christians.
Hey,
Any thoughts on this so far?
I've been in and out of it, and just now I couldn't see it while I was coming from backstage, but so I'm not quite sure where you are with anything.
Oh, so right now talking about the Ethiopian Jews.
Oh yeah, the Sheba. And is that the scenario that she did come from? What was it, Saba or somewhere? Was that Yemen?
Yeah, and so the theory is that because the claim of descent is from her via like Solomon and Menelik, or so like from Menelik or from Solomon and the Queen of Sheba through Menelik, who is like the king of Ethiopia. So it almost seems like the narrative is like something to do with Yemen conquering Ethiopia, and that's what introduced Jews to Ethiopia. But it's speculative. No one really knows.
Or if it is more in the line of the tradition of being a new hybrid colony, but yeah, maybe more so of, but the original land, wasn't there the land in Yemen that her name relates to? Something like Saba, or am I
Yeah,
conflating
like the
something?
Sabaeans.
Oh yeah, the space. So does that relate to her name and origin?
Well, here, let me see if I can find it on the map before I switch. Let's see. Realms. Where is it? Okay, here. Found it. Stop screen share. Present. Here. Present. Share screen. Here. Let me turn on the music a bit because it just feels wrong to show the game without music. Where is it? So here you can see it's not quite Yemen, it's actually Arabia, but Subay. And then here you have Rania, Subay.
Do we know the other indigenous traditions from there?
Let's see. Oh, that's fine. I typed in Subay, it thought I was typing Subway. Let's see. One moment.
Because I think of how a lot seems to proceed, or I don't know, was she a consort a lot of the original Allah, or does Allah come kind of from a lot?
Well, so a lot, or I mean, Allah is probably like it is cognate with Al.
But there was depictions of the goddess a lot in Mecca, wasn't it? Even in that region, the 360 gods that were supposedly worshipped at Mecca.
Yeah. So
So I'm wondering if there's any kind of goddess connections between Sabaeans and those.
So it's interesting that they don't try to connect it with let's see. There's no never mind. All Subais were Prophet Muhammad's knights. Also, they were knights of Saud. So let's see. Ancient tribe of Banu Amir. Let's see. Let me see what I can find about Sheba. Let's see. Makeda in Ethiopian or Bilkis. Here. So capital was Marib. Interesting is that. See if I can find that. Marib. Sure. Let's see, Marib is. Oh wait, I didn't click on that yet. Let's see. Marib is. Oh, interesting. It's more of in the interior. Not Mayin. Huh. Yeah, I'm just going to search specifically for it. Let's see. Marib.
Solomon was one who.
What?
Was Solomon one who allowed some pagan ways in the temple or in?
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
And so his alliance marriage with her.
Let's see.
Sounded, I don't know, sounded like she didn't quite convert.
Let's see. Trying to find a quick one.
The Queen of Sheba was a ruler of the ancient kingdom of Sheba. It is mentioned in several holy books, such as the Torah, the Holy Book of the Jews, the Old and New Testaments, the Quran, the Holy Book of the Muslims, and the Kebra Nagast, Glory of Kings, of the Ethiopians. Sheba was the name of a kingdom located in southwest pre-Islamic Arabia, and whose civilization is believed to have existed between the 10th and 12th centuries BC. The kingdom was founded by the Sabaeans, a Semitic people who, coming from the north, invaded the region and imposed their culture on the Aborigine population. It was a kingdom rich in gold and precious stones as well as incense and spices. It was an important trade center as it was on the route between India and the West. Welcome to the Myths and Curiosities channel. Leave your like, subscribe to the channel, and activate the bell so you don't miss any notifications. According to the Bible, King Solomon of Israel, who decided to build a huge temple, sent messengers to various foreign countries, including Ethiopia. Upon arriving in this country populated by blacks, King Solomon was impressed by the beauty of black women, hitherto unknown to him. He met Tamrin, one of Queen Makeda's subjects and merchant, with whom he decided to trade. He brought Tamrin to Israel, and the latter was impressed with King Solomon and his young nation. He was marked by the wisdom and compassion that Solomon had for his people, and on his return, he had not failed to recount his journey to Queen Makeda. The sovereign was overcome with a desire to visit King Solomon and his country. She wanted to see everything Tamrin had said with her own eyes. Solomon was warned in advance of the queen's arrival, and even before his arrival, he had requested that a special apartment be built in the country. As she had promised herself, the queen came to visit Solomon loaded with gifts, gold, precious stones, spices, etc. The king and his people were dazzled by this tall black woman with fine features and majesty, so much so that Solomon, in love with of the wildest desires for Makeda, he wanted to fulfill all her desires. When she arrived, Makeda was offered the best food and the nicest clothes, which she didn't mind as she used to change several times a day. King Solomon, finally intoxicated with love for the Ethiopian queen, even installed a throne next to hers. And although Solomon had a harem of over 700 wives and concubines, he only had eyes for this young black virgin. Solomon imagined having a child with Makeda, a child to ensure his majestic African lineage. And when Queen Makeda, 6 months later, told him that she wanted to return to Ethiopia, he began to devise the following extraordinary plan. Solomon first arranged a sumptuous farewell dinner for the sovereign, a reception during which he offered her meals and drinks from sleeping potions. And as dinner ended very late, the king invited Queen Makeda to spend the night at the palace. She agreed after they agreed that they would sleep in separate beds, and that the king would not try to take advantage of her. The king has sworn to honor her chastity, but on the only condition that she take nothing from his palace. Makeda was outraged by the blackmail and told Solomon that she was not a thief. Even so, she promised not to take anything. Soon after the separation, the queen was thirsty. She found a bottle of water in the vast hall of the palace and began to drink. Solomon surprised her and said, "You have broken your oath that you would not take anything from my
Holy
palace."
shit. You know what this sounds like?
Yeah. Not quite
Right.
Bill Cosby, but
What? Well, obviously, yeah, but no. Obviously it's gross, it's rapey, but no. I'm talking about Hades and Persephone.
oh, was there a similar sort of a riddle trick?
Yeah, well, not exactly a riddle, but the reason she wasn't allowed to leave was because she ate the food of the dead, and this is because she's eating or drinking the water of Solomon.
So
Yeah.
the people that were the Aborigines to the Sabaeans coming in, said the Sabaeans were Semitic, so presumably the other Aborigines were Black African.
Oh, you mean in Ethiopia, though?
Well, no, the Sheba where she's from.
Yeah, but she was in Arabia, not in Ethiopia.
Yeah, they end up in Ethiopia, right?
Yeah.
But she starts off, I'm talking about the origins and the Aborigines. Seemingly, she may already have been part Semitic. Well, I don't know how the timelines match up, but from what her land was said to be established as, that she would already be part Sabaean, part Aborigine.
I mean, you have to keep in mind that the indigenous Yemenite population is already pretty dark. And even Yemenite Jews are relatively darker, but they still stand up because they're not as dark as the rest of the Yemenite population generally. But again, not a rule. It's just a generalization.
Well, that population that was on that island off of India was pretty Afroid, weren't they?
What?
That population on the island, they were pretty Afroid, weren't they?
What island?
What is it? The Sentinel? Sentinel? There was the Dravidian people. I haven't quite sussed it out. You know, sometimes racial things aren't indicated, but the Dravidians, I think, are some of the earliest out that shaped and go through Pakistan. There's like a very dark people in Pakistan. I think I'm relating them properly to the early Dravidian
Pashtun?
language culture. I'm not sure, but they have straight hair, but they're as black as black, and they have more aquiline features. You know, they're they look kind of Indian, but they're as black as Africans, and but they have straight hair,
Interesting.
kind of like Asian hair or Middle Eastern dark. You know, black brunette.
Well, I mean, yep, that's not necessarily true because there's a lot of Middle Easterners with curled hair.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's a type that the curly hair doesn't go with the darkness.
Mm.
And it's, I don't know, a lot of people don't seem to realize they're kind of there till you directly encounter somebody. But
I mean, you have to
when
keep in
it's kind of
mind
a
that
population like that's dark and yet has the Middle Eastern hair. I mean, well, you know what I'm saying. Not to
yeah,
be, there's a
yeah, but
difference.
you do have to keep in mind though that the narrative that's being read in this case is Ethiopian. It's from the Kebra Nagast, so it's going to depict her as Ethiopian, but she could have been Yemenite. Solomon could have been, Israelite, and then they have a darker son who ends up conquering or becoming king of Ethiopia, and then marries and produces a line of darker Jews.
Yeah, well, the Ethiopian blacks have a certain different look that seems to be whatever you want to call it,
I
Semitic
mean,
or
keep in mind that black just refers to someone's skin color. It's a really bad, way of describing people, just because it really doesn't describe anything. Because, like you were saying, people, Dravidian peoples, they have black skin. Same with peoples throughout Africa, but in Africa, they're like imagine a white person in Africa, they probably would see all Africans as being the same race or something, but there's actually so many different races in Africa. It's just that, non-Africans have a harder time distinguishing it because of the way that, white black dichotomies have been introduced into our society.
yeah, that's how people used to be more so with Asians as well. But now people can kind of tell a Korean from a Filipino from a Chinese. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it pretty generally you can tell if someone's from East or West Africa or North or Southern Africa. In the same way that it's the same with parts of Europe, but not all. Actually, I mean, especially in America, there's so much intermarriage between different cultures. You can't tell, and that's why there's this idea of, because you could be a black person from one part of or have ancestry from one part of the world, and then have another person who has it from another part of, or one part of Africa and another part of Africa, and then they'd be seen as the same race in America, but in reality they're as close racially as potentially even a white person and a black person, just because people tend to think only about skin color or think of it more than they think about actual culture or your actual biology. Because the thing is, skin color has very little to do with genetics. Obviously it plays a part, but people can become darker or lighter over time.
Yeah, I think there's a whole epigenetic evolution that happens as people acclimatize to a certain region. I believe it was 10 to 20,000 years for white people to become white after Africans came out of Africa is one scenario that I've heard of how quickly they went from being dark to light people.
Interesting.
Kind of like happens with domesticated dogs and foxes and things, their coats change and stuff just from a generation or two of being in a domesticated situation, being chosen for docility and that kind of thing. The Khoisan are supposedly the oldest genetic tribe of Africa, and they're like the Bushmen, the nomadics, and they are kind of a medium type. They're not that dark at all, and they're supposed to be the older stock. And then you have the Aborigines of Australia, who are like earliest people leaving out of Africa, long before the other waves that came out into Europe and Asia, supposedly. And they, with like people in New Guinea and stuff like that, you see a little more African in some of them, but then you get another different shade into the Aborigines. And so they seem to be an older proto race with a culture and a mythos that I imagine is embedded under everything else that flows out later.
Interesting. Yeah. Let's see. There's,
Makeda protested because, according to her, the promise did not encompass something as natural and unstoppable as water. But Solomon told her that there was nothing in the world more important and more vital than water, for without it, there would be no life. Makeda reluctantly admitted that the king was right and apologized to him. Released from his promise, Solomon let her quench his thirst and did the same by spending the night with her and immediately taking her as his wife. The next day, before leaving Israel, the king placed a ring on her hand. And she said to him, "If you have a son, give him this and send him to me." After returning to Sheba, Queen Makeda realized that she was indeed pregnant. She had a son, whom she called Son of the Sage, and raised him as prince, the sole heir to the throne. As an adult, the young man wanted to visit his father, and the queen prepared his trip, this time led by Tamrin. She sent a message to Solomon to anoint his son as king of Ethiopia. Only men descended from her son shall rule over Sheba.
yeah. See, this is it's the creation of a new story, because otherwise they wouldn't have to say anoint him king of Ethiopia. You see what I mean?
Yeah, they did have the control over Sheba?
Well, no. Sheba controlled Ethiopia supposedly.
Yeah, but Israel controlling Sheba in that they had to be of the lineage of Solomon to rule, right?
In a way, but then they
So
lose
it's kind of like
contact.
the Ptolemies of Egypt,
I guess in a way. Yeah.
If it was actual or just proposed is what I don't know.
Solomon and the Jews rejoiced at the young prince's arrival in Israel. The king anointed him as the queen had asked. The king renamed his son Menelik, which meant how handsome he is. Although Solomon had many wives, only one had a son, Rehoboam, a 7-year-old boy. So the king begged Menelik to stay, but the young prince would not. So Solomon called his chiefs and nobles to tell them that he was sending his eldest son back to Ethiopia, whom he wanted them to accompany him to become his advisors and rulers, which they accepted. Menelik asked his father for a relic of the Ark of the Covenant and took it with him to Sheba. Menelik returned to Sheba and, according to tradition, he reigned in wisdom. His famous lineage continued into the 20th century and is still found today through the Ethiopian acronym Conquest of the Lion of Judah, a direct descendant of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. According to the Kebra Nagast, on his way home, Menelik took with him the Ark of the Covenant, which is kept to this day. According to legend, it is found in Aksum, a city in northern Ethiopia. It is kept inside the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion and preserved by the only person authorized to see the object, a guardian, who says he is willing to die to protect the chest. Tell me in the comments what you think. And if you haven't subscribed yet, enjoy it now.
So yeah, it's interesting. So Here. So, what I'm thinking is we could get into creating some of the characters for this. Just give me a moment. Switch tabs.
So with the Canaanite etymology thing earlier,
Yeah.
the other Israeli in the chat had mentioned, I guess, the term for educated, and you did too. And then there was Kenna said to mean humbled or
So, so
underabated.
it's a completely different root. So, so kana is kaf nun ayin, and then but then the one that you're talking about is kaf nun, chet nun kaf. So they only have one out of 3 letters in common.
So there's what? Two Q sounds there, two and
No,
two nasal sounds.
only one.
Is the N what's in common?
Yeah, the no, that's it.
Yeah. But what is it? Aspiration of difference on the cuff?
I mean, well, but no, it would have to be chanach, not chanach, because oh, I mean, it could be chanak, but it still wouldn't be close.
What would chanach be?
I could look that up.
You know, I was playing with the balance of the interposing the syllables.
Let's see.
Like the reason that it's kana on. Why is it? Is it? You know, we'd say Canaan, but it's more like Canaan or
Yeah, there is no there's kana, but there's no kanach.
so the Kena root would not apply over to Kenan.
No, so kana might be connected with kanan, but not chanach.
So Canaan could still be associated with which one is that? The educated or the humble?
Humble.
But I can see a relationship between the ideas of if one is humble, one is wise, related to learned, and then the whole scenario of it could be relating to the Proto-Canaanite alphabet as meaning educated because you have learned to read and write.
There's just there's no etymological connection. Like it just basically
between the educated term.
Yeah. So basically, here let me let's see, where is this? Trying to think how to. Okay, so say you were to basically chanoch, you would transliterate that CH-N-KH, and then the other one you're talking about would be K-N- Ayin. So like I guess A or maybe no, like K. Or, I mean, it would be like wait for this kana would be like K-N-O if O is ayin. So kano or kano versus chanach. Kano chanach. It's there. It literally only. Yeah.
So what would you say it means then to be a Kanani? I mean, aside from being of Canaan, what it means.
So it refers to living in the Shvela, which is the lowland. So, are you? Oh wait, am I streaming it? Yeah. Okay, so here, check this out. So it's actually really interesting. Um, so the word Yehudi, or like Yehuda, is derived from Hod, which means humble. So, but there's a difference in meaning in that. What is it? Here, let me look this up. It's okay. So Hod is okay. So Hod is splendor, majesty, or vigor, but it's also what is this? Hod. Oh no, yeah. Wait, Hoda. Sorry, Hoda.
So where does the low, what indicates low or land?
What?
What is it that indicates low or land? The lowland.
So yeah, I'll get to that. But so with so on one hand, Hada, which might be one of the roots for Yehuda, is to stretch out, which could be connected with the idea of them taking over the land. But wait, it's Yahad. I think it's Yahad. Is it? Let's see. It would be with a Yud. Yahad. Yahatz. No. So Yahad Huda. Here I'm just okay. Let's see. Root for Yehuda. Yada. Okay, it's Yada. So Yada means to shoot, where is it? Yada is to throw or cast, but it can also be to thank, or to give thanksgiving. In other words, to be humble. Um, but um, but what's interesting is that the Hod, it has to do with like vigor or might, which you could almost correlate with the highlands, whereas Kana, which here, let me pull it up. Or here, I'm going to just pull it up on here. Let's see, where is it? Stop screen, present share screen. Okay, so let's see, BDB online. Okay, here. Actually, wait, no, I could do it in Safari. Yeah, that works. So check this out. So are you able to see this?
It's just white, white right now.
Really?
Mm-hmm. The white
You don't?
rectangle. I see the rectangle.
What do you mean? What rectangle?
I see a rectangle like a screen is up, but all it is white.
Maybe try jumping back in, or just refresh.
I don't think mine will refresh that way. I have to go out and come back in.
Ah.
I guess let me. Look it in again, see if it works.
All right. You see it?
I've got a spinning circle and then nada.
Yeah, maybe try rejoining. All right, well, I'll just find something in the meantime while we're waiting. Oh, here he is. Okay, so I found it. So, are you able to see this?
Still seeing just the painting. Looks like my system's not going to handle.
Here, 1 second. What about now?
Nope, just everything gone now. Except for the background.
Huh. Were you able to see the videos?
Yeah, up and everything up till now.
Okay, wait, I have an idea. What about now?
No, I think it's probably a limitation of my phone. Pretty much done this each time at some point, not consistently, but at some point. There you go. I can see that.
Strange. Okay, so here,
yeah, I can see this alphabet then.
okay, so here, so this is Kaf Nun Nun. So Kanan means to establish or to be firm. So base, pedestal, or office is a that's Kana or Kanta. Then you have Kanan, which interesting. So Ken, either Nats, Swarm. Oh, that's Kinim. That's one of the plagues. But then here you have Kina. Oh, Intra, maggots. Kana support. Oh, it's because it's not this root, right? So here you have it. Kana, to be humble. And so be humble or be lowly, and it's referencing the land because the here, let me see if I can see Shvela. Are you able to see this?
Still seeing the alphabet screen. I think it's just going to be my system sometimes cooperating, sometimes not. But so you're saying the root is humble? Relating somehow with the lowlands?
Yeah, so it's connected to the lowlands as opposed to the highlands. And this idea of being proud is to be high, and to be humble is to be low. Let's see.
The Israel meaning, at least in one form I've seen it as relating to those who struggle with God.
Yeah, that's from Yassar.
And then there was the one description with what Kana is that those with a heavy burden.
I mean, yeah, that's another possibility.
See a bit of a kind of a conceptual connection there, but
where are you able to see this?
I think mine is going to stay stuck on Hebrew alphabet.
Yeah, but I'm on that page now.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
You see me moving?
You got a cursor somewhere?
Yeah. Do you see me highlighting?
Zoom in. Nope.
Shoot. Okay, hold on. I'm going to try something else.
But I can zoom. There we go.
What about, let's see. Here, I'm just going to try this. What about this?
I've got a spinning circle, which means it's trying to do something. But then no.
Really?
Yep, it was.
I have an idea. Let me try. I'm going to rejoin.
Now my phone won't go back to non-horizontal.
Okay, let's try this. Here. Can you see this?
No, I see the spin circle and then it doesn't happen.
Shoot.
So it's like overload or something.
I wonder. Maybe just
Yeah,
tell
no,
me.
My phone's not even going back to vertical mode.
Is it plugged in?
Yep. Plenty of power. It's maybe data conservation algorithm or something.
Here, tell me if you can at least hear this.
Yeah, I've been hearing the music.
Okay.
Who were called the House of Christianity.
You hear this?
They would not call themselves, ironically, Jews. The term for Jew is Ayhud. Pardon my Amharic pronunciation, which is really rusty. But apparently the term Ayhud was used by all people at the time to indicate people who were rebels, people who were, opponents, people who were, against the status quo. And so the Beta Yisrael, calling themselves Israelites, were recognizing their, Israelite origin, but knowing that the Ethiopian Christians also claimed an Israelite origin, they used this more specific term, Beta Israel or Beta Yisrael, which designated that they were not following the same faith as the Christians. They were following the Jewish faith, although they wouldn't call it that either. Now, the term falasha, which came into wide use through the 19th and 20th century, that's actually a derogatory term. It means roughly outcast or landless person, wanderer, and this was used to describe the Beta Yisrael during the period of their lowest ebb in terms of their economic and political power. They were gradually, over the course of the 17th and 18th and 19th century, pushed out of ancestral land holding, as I mentioned earlier, and so the negative term thrown at them was falasha, meaning they were landless, they were wanderers, and so on. The term of respect would be Beta Israel. Now, let us look specifically at the content of their faith, which is called the Haimanot, which means literally faith. It would have been used to describe different types of faiths in Ethiopia, but in Israel, it's used specifically to refer to classical Ethiopian Judaism. Now, perhaps we can, by looking at their Judaism, understand a little bit more about their origins. Here's a picture of a typical Ethiopian synagogue. Doesn't look so much like the synagogues that I pray in, but nevertheless, it'll work. When we look at the practices of the Ethiopian Jews, we see that they are entirely biblical. They show no evidence of rabbinic or Karaite influence. Rabbinic, of course, means the whole tradition that we've described in great detail in the past with the Midrash, the Mishnah, and of course the Talmud. They do not have the Talmud, and they don't have any of the Talmudic teachings. Karaism, which we're going to, God willing, discuss a little bit in a couple of weeks, is essentially a sort of a break off from the rabbinic movement that tries to rely entirely on the biblical text without the Talmud, but nevertheless, it's impossible to do so without specific interpretations anyways, and so we don't see them as Karaites either. Nevertheless, the Ethiopian Jews, on pain of martyrdom, hold to their beliefs with tremendous tenacity. But what does it look like, their faith? Well, fascinatingly, they retain a priestly sacrifice. The role of the Kohen is extremely important in their daily life. They're extremely punctilious about Sabbath observance, although, again, they're not observing it with the rabbinic overlays, just their understanding of what Sabbath observance requires. They also have strict dietary laws. They practice a form of menstrual separation, which is similar to the laws of Nida. Interestingly, their calendar preserves the fast of Esther, which would have been associated with events that are situated in the 6th century before the Common Era. But they don't have Hanukkah, which is something that, of course, began in the 2nd century before the Common Era, which might be a nice placement for perhaps the ancient origins of the Ethiopian people, but it's also possible that they may have absorbed this either through the influence of Chimyarim or others, and they absorbed the calendar imperfectly. So it's not an absolute certainty. But there are several things in the Ethiopian Jewish faith which are definitely not common to other Jews. They have, for example, monasticism, a very strong emphasis on the leadership of monks. And they have incredibly heavy reliance on the texts created within Ethiopian Christianity. Here's a look, for example, at the text they call the Orit, which is related to the word perhaps Oraita, meaning Torah, the Aramaic word Oraita. You can see it's written in Ge'ez, which is the ancient scriptural language of Ethiopian Christianity and also of the Ethiopian Jews. And it appears that they simply took the Ge'ez translations of texts, probably taken from the Greek, and they had used those as their central religious texts. So there are some things that are going on in the development of Ethiopian Judaism which are not similar to what's going on in the rest of Rabbinic Judaism. This will pose significant consequences for 20th century debates over the fundamental Jewishness of the Ethiopian people. We'll speak about that, in a much later lecture. But I will note at this point that great scholars like Rav Ovadia Yosef, chief rabbi of Israel and one of the most well-known 20th century rabbis, agreed with the Ridvaz and said that they are Jewish in origin, and that really paved their way towards acceptance in Israel.
I just want to be able to say that I looked up from my phone screen and explored and lived every moment to the fullest.
Agreed, rabbi of Israel and one of the most well-known 20th century rabbis, agreed with the Ridvaz and said that they are Jewish in origin, and that really paved their way towards acceptance in Israel. Let us move now to the 19th century. And one of the things that I can also say about the Ethiopian Jews, things that I've learned in my own research for this lecture, they have an incredible yearning for Zion that is demonstrated throughout the centuries. In 1855, however, there was an unfortunate event which began when an Ethiopian Jew, with the blessing of his elders in Ethiopia, brought his 13-year-old son Moshe to study in Jerusalem, to try to learn what is it that we are missing, what is all this rabbinic stuff, what is this Talmud, and so on. And his pious intent was to learn more about how they should be behaving according to rabbinic traditions. Moshe stayed behind. He was left with a group of rabbis to study, but then he disappeared shortly thereafter, only to turn up again under the influence of an Anglican missionary named Samuel Gobat. And this is one of the rather unfortunate aspects of the Ethiopian experience, that once their presence became known to the outside world, the Christian world in particular, there was a dedicated effort to convert this tiny pocket of Ethiopian Jewry to Christianity, and was the subject of a significant effort by Jewry to convert the world, the Christian world in particular. There was a dedicated effort to convert this tiny pocket of Ethiopian Jewry to Christianity, and was the subject of a significant effort by Protestant Christians in particular, as we shall see. However, the disappearance of Moshe ben Daniel was an unfortunate event, because one of the first people to really raise questions about the Jewish status of the Ethiopian Jews was one of these rabbis, Rabbi Joseph Schwartz, who was assigned to study with Moshe initially. But let us return to the difficult aspect of this story, which relates to their targeting by Protestant missionaries. Perhaps the most significant of which is Henry Aaron Stern, a Jew who was converted to Protestant Christianity and made it his career essentially to preach to the so-called falasha, as you see here, an illustration from one of his many books at the time. Much of the actual preaching was not done by Stern directly. He actually spent remarkably little time in Ethiopia, and the time he spent there was not well served because at one point he was arrested by the emperor. But many of his acolytes were the ones, local Ethiopians, who adopted Christianity, who went on to proselytize on his behalf. Now, in 1862, a crisis occurred when a young man named Kindi Fanta converted to Christianity through this mission, and he was excommunicated by the village elders. Fanta then turned around and cursed them in the name of the emperor. And this curse apparently had tremendous impact on the population as a whole. The curse had phraseology to the effect of, "May the emperor die if you do not stop offering ritual sacrifice." Now, the Beta Yisrael took this very seriously. I think this is part of the cultural milieu of Ethiopia with which I am not that familiar. They took this very seriously, saying, "Oh my gosh, this curse must have some impact. And how are we supposed to behave according to our religion if that will place a death sentence on the emperor?" So the Beta Yisrael went to court over this. Again, it's 1862. It's still the modern era. And several courts, they went through the motions. They actually nullified the curse, but people were still concerned about this. And ultimately, this came into an appeal before Tewodros, the emperor himself, who actually issued a new decree to limit sacrificial practice, which was a direct infringement on the religious life of Professor himself. And ultimately, this came into an appeal before Tewodros, the emperor himself, who actually issued a new decree to limit sacrificial practice, which was a direct infringement on the religious life of Ethiopian
I
Jews.
can't risk dying.
In that same year, there is some debate about exactly the sequence of events, but in that same year, a large number of Ethiopian Jews, the precise number is not known, decided that they had no future in Ethiopia, and they attempted to march to Israel on foot, about 2,500 miles or 4,000 kilometers. The effort, although certainly we can appreciate the religious sincerity that motivated, ended in disaster. The huge numbers of Ethiopian Jews who hoped to make this great migration on foot were afflicted by hunger and disease, and ultimately the march ceased at Tigray in northern Ethiopia when many of the survivors simply stayed there and others tried to make it back to Lake Tana. So this is kind of like a low point in many ways for the history of Ethiopian Jewry, but there will be a gulp there, Tigray in northern Ethiopia, when many of the survivors simply stayed there and others tried to make it back to Lake Tana. So this is kind of like a low point in many ways for the history of Ethiopian Jewry, but there will be a glorious 20th century development that we'll have to discuss in the next time we come back to Ethiopian Jewry. In the meantime, I hope you found this useful, and I have to say I find it absolutely inspirational, and I look forward to speaking with you next about the Jews of Khazaria, strangely a related topic. Thank you for watching.
So with the Pentecost, what is that? That's not. Is that just New Testament?
No, that's from Shavuot. It's taken from Shavuot.
So that always seemed to me related to voodoo.
Why?
The rituals of being possessed by the gods, ridden like horses, and the speaking in tongues.
What's that have to do with Pentecost?
Well, I guess I'm associating it from the Pentecostals that.
No, nothing to do with it.
Not to do with the Pentecost.
No, they get so the idea of like the was it like the was it having to do with the spirit coming down?
Yeah, that's the. I don't know if it was 5 days of that.
Yeah, that's it's just the giving of the Torah in Judaism. It doesn't have any of those associations.
Oh, really? There wasn't. So the speaking in tongues that's done now in Pentecostal is just its own thing. It's not. Well, the Spirit. There's scriptures that they've cited, I believe, that about the Spirit coming down and speaking through them, right?
Well, but in Judaism, it's not speaking through them. It's just that everyone heard it. So it's not people speaking in tongues.
But hearing in tongues.
Well, no, just hearing.
In their tongue.
Yeah, but you have to keep in mind that association of having different tongues doesn't exist yet in the Jewish tradition. That only makes sense when you're dealing with it being preached to people from different religions and languages.
Well, I think with the Christian thing, it's like a way to get authenticity back to the older tradition of having it be in a tongue other than the mundane modern.
I get that, but the only reason there's any association is because basically, so Pentecost just means like it means was it Pentecost? I think it just means 50. And so like the actual name of the festival isn't Pentecost. That's the Greek name. It's the most direct translation would be it's Chag Shavuot. It's the Feast of Weeks. That's all it is. The once it gets to the 50th day, that's Shavuot, and it's celebrating the giving of the Torah. But there's no idea of speaking in tongues. The only reason that has any association with Pentecost is because there's this idea that in the Christian tradition that that like the Spirit came down and caused people to speak in different tongues. But again, that's like that you could connect that more closely with the idea of the Tower of Babel than you can with
So that's a
yep.
New Testament event.
Yeah, basically, the only
During
reason
a
the
Pentecost
only reason the only reason Pentecostals call themselves Pentecostals is because it's a lot harder to get recruits if you call yourself the like crazy tongues or something. I don't know.
Well, you got to handle them snakes now.
Yeah, I mean, and that's another thing. You're going to get people to be interested if you're handling snakes. Only people who are already interested in snakes.
Yeah, that's how you get the real ones.
Okay, here, this might be good.
Biologists are stunned. They've confirmed that ear ringing is shrinking your brain cells.
Shalom, and welcome to the Satellite Bible Atlas, video number 2. This video introduces the basic geography and regions of the land of Israel. We noted in the previous video that the land of Israel is relatively small. It is about the same size as the state of New Jersey, the 5th smallest state in the United States. On map 1.1 in the Satellite Bible Atlas, note that the heartland of Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, is only 150 miles long. From Jaffa on the Mediterranean coast to the Jordan River is only 45 miles. However, in this small land, there is great geographical variety. One region varies significantly from another, even though the regions are only a few miles apart. Map 12.3, the last map in the Satellite Bible Atlas, shows the various regions of the land outlined schematically. Each shape or outline shows a different region. Look how even the area of Judea in the south breaks down into 7 very distinct regions: the coastal plain, the Shfeilah or foothills, the hill country, the Judean wilderness, the Dead Sea, the Negev or dry basin, and the wilderness highlands. This regional diversity has its effect on both biblical and modern history. The land's history has tended to be characterized by different ethnic groups.
Are you at least able to see the graphics now? Because if you are, it might just work like that. I'll just wait for your answer, or for you to get back. Let's see, where do I put it? Streams. Anyone want to come on and stream and talk about ancient Israel in Hebrew? But yeah, Zero, are you able to see what's on the screen right now? No, I'll just keep going in a moment. And if anyone wants to join, link is in the. It's not in the description, but it's here. Oh, is there? Anyway, we'll continue with this.
Who maintain independent political rule in different geographical regions. Peace and unity between all groups is seldom, if ever, realized. Here we are taught that real peace is obtained only when God rules men's hearts.
Somehow that doesn't sound right, because if that were the case, how come there's been so much fighting between Christians, Muslims, and Jews? I mean, mainly Christians and Muslims, and Christians and Jews. I mean, at the end of the day, everyone claims to have God, as their priority, but if that's the case, how come there's so much bloodshed? I mean, it's arguably just as bloody as it was, all the way back when, the stories of the Bible take place, regardless whether they happen or not. I think there's something to recognizing that, it's not like one is perfect and the other is horrible. They're both flawed. I mean, that's part of being human, in my honest opinion, but, so let's see. I guess we could. Yeah, I guess I'll. Shoot. If anyone wants to join, comment first, because I'm going to switch over to the game in a bit, I think. And then actually, let's just watch this a bit to see if anyone joins in the meantime.
As an historical example of the geographical and ethnic diversity in the land,
Sage.
note map 4.
I found it intriguing that there's Shavuot and Pentecost and Passover, Easter. Then, yeah, I wouldn't look into anything with Christmas and Hanukkah, because at the end of the day, they're two completely different things. The only thing you could connect it to is this idea of the return of what is right, or because within Christianity, they view Jesus as a Messiah, and then in Judaism, the Maccabees restored the temple and were responsible for restoring it. So within that concept, I think you could, especially because you have Christians who view Jesus as the temple. So in a sense, you could view this idea of the restoration of the temple being the common theme. But at the end of the day, the connection is going to be through Saturnalia more than anything, because the reason why Jews have the celebration of the Maccabean revolt on, when it has to do with Saturnalia more than it does, or not necessarily Saturnalia itself, but the timing of it. It's even written about in the Talmud that the reason, or that Saturnalia was originally practiced by Adam, but then his descendants tacked on pagan elements to it, which is actually a roughly Islamic way of viewing it, but it's kind of funny. But wow, so this is wild. So this is the land of Israel, or Canaan. Technically, the land of Canaan is all of this. Oh wait, I'm not sharing it. Ah, I thought I was sharing it. Right, but you get presents, gifts from each. Interesting. But yeah, Sage, you want to join the stream? It would make it a lot easier for me to actually get into the game and start, doing a bit of commentary. It's just it's almost like, it's like people who they can like climb, or they can jump off one wall and onto the other, like where it's parallel to each other. So they basically jump from one to the other, almost like in a platformer game. It's like that, but you need two in order to tango almost. But yeah, because I would have done it before, but the only issue was that Zero was having issues actually seeing what was on the screen, so kind of hard to have a discussion about the same thing. So just let me know. Oh right, I'm still looking at the game. Okay, so here, let's continue until then.
Or 2, which shows the area that Israel was and was not able to conquer and settle in the days of Joshua, and then afterwards in the time of the judges. Israel was able to settle in large sections of Transjordan here, and all the way up into Bashan, and also in the hill country, parts of the hill country in Galilee. But Israel was not able to settle in the coastal plain, or in the Jezreel Valley, or north of the Sea of Galilee.
And there's a reason for implying that. Because if they did, then they'd have to admit that, it's just so clear. The reason why those places aren't... Wait, what? What? Wait, how can they say that?
And all the way up into Bashan, and also in the hill country, parts of the hill country in Galilee. But Israel was not able to settle in the coastal plain, or in the Jezreel Valley.
What the hell is this guy talking about? There, Dan had territory here by the coast, and Dan also had territory up here north of Galilee. Further, Naphtali had territory in the northwest of Galilee, and furthermore, Asher, literally, their territory were the Phoenician city-states. You cannot make this up. The Phoenicians were Israelites, and the Israelites were Phoenicians. Oh, okay, yeah, so the game, here, check this out. I'm going to show our homeland. You will see this? So here we have Canaan, Palestine, Israel, whatever you want to call it. So here's Jerusalem. Not too much customization, but it looks fairly accurate, especially in the early days. Then over here you have Jericho, over by the north of the Dead Sea. Then it's too bad that it would be cool if you could sit. Actually, it really would have no purpose here, especially because wait, does it say Jordan? Interesting. Will it show the Jordan River? No, it just doesn't even register it as a river because it's so small. Yeah, it is really fascinating. And I've been focused, it's refreshing to meet someone like Vero because he's been interested in the same types of study of the roots as I am. Given I've had a tiny bit more time, but that's just I took 2 years of biblical Hebrew at university. But the thing that then again, I'm also maybe trying to stick to like what I can prove a bit more than like I want to go off on these linguistic theories and like kind of spiritualize it, but I feel like a need to separate the spiritualization of it from what we can actually prove, especially because like so much of the mysticization of the Semitic alphabet has to do with a later period. But anyway, so here, let me remove these warnings. It's because I accidentally unpaused. So anyway, so here we have Tiberius. Just so you know, so this takes place in. Oh shoot! Didn't mean to pause. Oh, how do I stop? Pause. Right. So I mean, given when we do start this, I'm going to have to start a new game anyway. But oh, this is so cool. So wait, I wonder where the Sorry, I'm just super easily distracted. So over here in Spain, trying to think where the silver mines. I think it's Cadiz that has the silver mine. Oh no, what it is? I don't know if I might not have had mines as one of the add-ons here. Let me just check because then I can figure out where to look. Okay, workshop. Mines. Oh, dang it. Is this same one? Okay, so it's in let's see. In Europe. Is it maybe Middle East? No, Africa. Spain, maybe? Oh, Andalusia, Madrid. Okay, move from Toledo. Okay, so it's Madrid. I feel really stupid, but where's Madrid? I do not know off the top of my... Oh, wait, I could just do this. Madrid. Madrid. All right, perfect. Play. And build a mine. Oh, shoot, I must not have added it. Dang it. Now my OCD is going to bug me. We could just keep watching more of, what was it, this while I re-add those. So, shoot. Okay. Stop sharing. Present, share screen. Here. Okay.
Or north of the Sea of Galilee. Let's see some of the regional and geographical variety in this small land.
Well, here we are in the land of Israel, and in fact, contrary to common belief, most of it is not a desert.
We're in the hill country of Judah, which you can see is very forested, and we're near the biblical site of Kiryat Yarim,
which means village of the forest.
The variety in Israel includes everything from lush green and waterfalls near Mount Hermon, the well-watered districts around the Sea of Galilee, agriculturally rich plains like the Jezreel Valley, the rugged hill country of Judah near Jerusalem. This hilltop is the ancient town of Kiryat Yarim, just mentioned by the gal in the video. The Ark of the Covenant stayed here for 20 years before Samuel led a national repentance. Later, David brought the Ark from here into Jerusalem. Here's the modern road leading into Jerusalem. And yes, deserts, like the rocky terrain of the Judean wilderness between Jerusalem and Jericho. On map 115, let's mark out the 4 major longitudinal zones, or zones that basically run north-south, that make up the land of the Bible. These zones subdivide into smaller regions, as we will see later, but a basic understanding of the regions of the land of the Bible starts with these 4 zones. First is the coastal plain, a strip of agriculturally productive land, some 8 to 12 miles wide.
Me too. Okay, so here, let's look at this. Honestly, I don't think I would ever be able to live in the desert. I say that as I live in the desert now. I'm miserable. Like during the summer, I can't go out during the day. It's just really, really freaking dry. If I were to, let's see, where's Jerusalem? Where is it? Oh, Jerusalem is 15. So you can see that's up in the hill country. You have, let's see, 33 is, 33 is the Shvela. So see this? This is this and 13. So the coastal plain is the Shvela, I'm pretty sure. It's like this area, it's like right below the highlands. So it's the lowlands going into the coastal lands. So the lowlands going into the coastal plain. And so in Hebrew, the coastal plain is called, I think it's Derech HaMelech, which it means the way of the king. It's taken from, way of the king, but also the way of Horus. Let's see. Is Lebanon safe? I'd like to go. Honestly, this is what I've been saying. I mean, there's so much history there. I'm in the Sonoran. Yeah, sorry. Sonoran, yeah. Oh, wait, what do you mean you're not seeing live feed, just replay? That's strange because I'm reading this in the live, Hindu Jews. If a Proto-Indo-Aryan origin of Magi, Zarathustraism influence on Judaism by Zoroaster and polytheistic based to monotheism, fitting in with pantheon from one source, India's acceptance. Interesting. So
that runs parallel to the Mediterranean Sea.
But yeah, this is my favorite part. The Galil. Oh my god. Sage, have you ever heard of Rosh Hanikra? I think in Arabic it's called Ras al Nukra. Is that? Wait, did I just? Oh shoot!
Shalom and welcome.
Sorry.
Top, the other of the Judean area, like the siege and the rundown of state Judea. One zones that basically, let's mark out the 4 major longitudinal zones, or zones that basically run north-south, that make up the land of the Bible. These zones subdivide into smaller regions, as we will see later, but a basic understanding of the regions of the land of the Bible starts with these 4 zones. First is the coastal plain, a strip of agriculturally productive land, some 8 to 12 miles wide, that runs parallel to the Mediterranean Sea coast. This region tended to have.
Prior to using BetterHelp, I don't think I would have considered online therapy.
So ayan, papasok na po tayo, sasakay ng cable, going down.
I'm sorry, that guy, it was just a creepy stare. You could tell he was very happy, but it was uncomfortable happy. Let's see. Here.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to the channel. This is David Hyman, your tour guide in Israel. Today's tour is to the most northern point on Israel's Mediterranean coast, Rosh Hanikra. To get here, take road number 4 and drive all the way north until the road ends. Or take the train to Nahariya and then a taxi or the bus to Rosh Hanikra. After purchasing your tickets, the way down to the caves is by cable car. The ride is only 2 minutes long, but it is considered the steepest in the world, descending at an angle of 60 degrees.
I've been there. It's so wild. So this is actually, it's right on the border of Lebanon and Israel. So they actually, so that tunnel, I don't know if you can see, that's actually, it goes into Lebanon, but it's been sealed off.
Where that antenna is on the cliff, that's where Israel ends. Beyond that mountain is Lebanon. So because we're so close to the Lebanese border, there's a lot of security. Where that antenna is on the cliff, that's where Israel ends. Beyond that mountain is Lebanon. So because we're so close to the Lebanese border,
Like, I mean, obviously it's for security reasons, but like, just what a fucking shame it is that, you know, you can't just drive from one to the other. Like, I mean, I don't think the Middle East has ever been as like segmented from itself as now. Obviously, you know, there's smugglers, but like realistically, like, you know, it wasn't like the level of given. There's definitely reasons for that, but like at the same time, if they could have done that before, I think they would have. It's just like the way that how much tensions have, you know, risen, it makes it where there's like it's really hard to have any sort of discussion, let alone interaction, you know, on the border.
there's a lot of security protecting Israel's border to the north. So we have antennas, radars, and there's the buoys that mark the border, and there's the Israeli Navy patrol boat. There's a few attractions at the Rosh Hashanah site. You can rent the place for your outdoor event. There's a cafeteria. There's the light and sound show. And inside the cafeteria, you can get a ticket to ride the golf carts. But the main attraction, of course, are the sea caves. They are one of Israel's most beautiful natural wonders. Golf carts. And inside the cafeteria, you can get there's the outdoor event. There's a cafeteria. There's the light and sound show. And inside the cafeteria, you can get a ticket to ride the golf carts. But the main attraction, of course, are the sea caves. They are one of Israel's most beautiful natural wonders. The sea caves were formed by a geophysical process. First, a series of earthquakes created cracks and rifts in the bedrock of these white chalk cliffs. Then the cracks were expanded by rainwater. The acids in the rainwater dissolve and erode the minerals in the limestone. And finally, the force of the waves slamming onto the rocks during storms expands and enlarges the cracks and eventually create the caves as we can see them today. Visiting the caves is possible by walking along the 200-meter underground carved path. The path will lead you behind and through the sea caves, but watch your step because it can be slippery.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I really don't think it's the type of thing where you have anything to be afraid of from the people there. It's more so you have groups like Hezbollah where they hear an American or, Israeli or someone who has connections to, Israel in some ways there, and then they'll try and kidnap you. But like the thing is that, I think that at the end of the day, the thing with tourism, it's very similar to Greece. It's basically the Greece of the Middle East in more ways than one, if that makes any sense.
These underground caverns, like sea caves, and therefore the name Rosh Hanikra. Rosh means head, Nikra is like a carved grotto or a carved tunnel. Rosh Hanikra. This is called the elephant's foot. See the shape of the elephant's foot. Here. Elephant's leg. How manifold are thy works, O Lord, in wisdom hast thou made them all. The earth is full of thy creatures, under sea great and wide. Psalm. So this very, very soft limestone, which in Hebrew is called kirton. In English it is chalk, sedimentary rock, which was formed inside an ancient ocean. And we can see that in between the rock there are lots of flint rocks. These are all flint stones. See, flint stones and fossils. Here's a starfish fossil, and there's another one. And another one over here. So you can see all these flint stones. They're extremely, extremely sharp. You can see how sharp they are. And in the ancient world, this was the knife of the prehistoric man. Hello. 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 Hi, Nadim. So in the 1940s, the British Mandatory government during World War II, they wanted to connect the Haifa, Beirut, and Tripoli cities with a rail. And this way connect Europe to Africa. And they carved these tunnels through the Rosh Hanikra rocks. There's the other side. Between the two tunnels, there is a bridge. So the two tunnels and the bridge. And we even know exactly who carved the tunnels because they left an inscription. The British Army used their two engineering corps. One is the South African and the other is the New Zealand. There you can see NZ, New Zealand, and you can see up here it says 1942, South African Engineering Corps. In the North Tunnel, there is an exhibit with historic photographs, and you can see the rail tracks on the floor. The tunnel ends where you can watch a movie. It is in Hebrew, but it has English subtitles. So in March 1948, only 2 months before we declared independence, the Jewish military forces, we're not the IDF yet, decided to explode or blow up this bridge to prevent Lebanese armed forces to invade what would later on become Israel. And here's the story. It's on the night of 14th of March, 48, under cover of darkness and cloudy weather, the sabotage unit of the Carmel Division of the Haganah entered the tunnel and the grotto bridge. The unit blew up the western edge of the bridge, as can be seen today. So guys, this is your first time in Rosh Hashanah?
Yes.
Both of you? First time? You're Israeli.
I am.
And you're American?
I'm
American,
Oh.
Israeli, Persian.
Ah, okay. And your names?
I'm Candace and this is Shai.
Candace and Shai.
Persian.
Ah, okay. And your names?
I'm Candace and this is Shai.
Candace and Shai. So you mind being on my YouTube video? So what are your impressions of Rosh Hashanah so far?
Stunning.
It's beautiful. I mean, it's one of God's creations. Who doesn't like beautiful sea, beautiful rocks that are made by God, you know?
זה באמת מקום מדהים. ממליץ לכל אחד לבוא לפה. כמעט פספסנו את הביקור פה.
Yeah, we almost didn't make it.
So if you have some time, you can walk to the end of the southern tunnel all the way. So the south...
ממליץ לכל אחד לבוא לפה. זה כמעט... זה באמת מקום מדהים. ממליץ לכל אחד לבוא לפה. זה כמעט פספסנו את הביקור פה.
Yeah, we almost didn't make it.
So if you have some time, you can walk to the end of the southern tunnel all the way. So the south entrance to the tunnel, you can rent
Well, this place is so far north, we're actually right on the border of Lebanon. I mean, literally right on the... Watch out, Ola! You almost stepped into Lebanon. That's how close we are to Lebanon. Yeah. So let's show you this place. Well, we made it here to a very special place. Actually, this place has a lot of history, but also it's one of the most beautiful places on the coastline of the state of Israel. So in this video, we're going to show you where we're at. And we're actually right on the border by Lebanon.
Yeah.
Even as we walk through here, you can see right at the crest of the mountain up here, you can see the wall, the border line between Israel and Lebanon. Really is interesting, a place to be.
Yes, it is.
So this is actually the border right here behind us. The only people that are allowed to cross here is actually UN officials, though. It's not for civilian crossing. So we can't cross.
Yeah. Well, it's okay.
But this, yeah, we don't want to go to Lebanon anyway.
No.
But so this place is very special and very beautiful. So let's get down there and show you. We got a nice little cable car ride to get there.
It's a Passover holiday, so it's full with people today, but we will just sneak in.
We're here at a place called Rosh Hanikra. And like we said, this is at the very tip of Israel, right on the Lebanese border. There's a lot of interesting aspects here. One of them was with a cable car we just went down. It's the world's
It really does.
shortest, while at the same time, the steepest cable car ride in the entire world. So that's already one neat thing that's here. Another thing that's very special in this place here where we're at is the mountains meet all the way straight into the shoreline. Everywhere else on the entire, well, as we talked about, we are in the very northern tip. You can't go any further north here on the shore than you get to Lebanon. But so all the way down south from here, the whole shoreline of Israel is all sandy beaches. Here is the only spot in the whole country where the mountains go straight down into the water. And the rocks here are a chalky rock. So with the sea breaking on the rocks here over many, many years, there's a very interesting system of sea caves here, the grots that are really amazing. We're going to go in and we're going to look at all that.
They say every 1,000 years, 1 meter of rock is like
Is eroded away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go check out that and some many other things.
Look, I'm stuck here. Look at this. It's like one person can pass this, and there's many today.
Well, be careful.
I know.
You can only imagine why at sometimes they close this place off when the sea gets rough. It can be very dangerous in here, crossing these little bridges they got under here and getting through all these places.
Yeah, it's all underwater. You cannot pass.
Yeah. So in rough weather, it's really dangerous to be here. Well, right here on the border, right behind us, you can see there's a really beautiful restaurant with a nice window looking out over the shore, and it's right on the border. I mean, right on the border where the gates are to cross over. So, I mean, it's a really interesting place to come and visit if you guys do come out here.
Yeah, if you come visit, definitely visit this place. The view is amazing, and the food, as I heard, is really good.
It's really good, yeah. Wow, those caves were something, huh?
Amazing.
Yeah, it was really fun. Right now, we've stepped into another amazing part of this place. Is the tunnels for the train. Back before World War II, there was a train that used to run from Lebanon all the way through the border here to Israel. Well, actually, it came from Turkey, I believe it was, all the way to Egypt. Rosh Hanikra in Hebrew means the head of the tear or the rip. So it kind of makes sense because once we went through all these tunnels and everything, you could see why they would call it tears and rips, because it's like the ocean had teared and ripped places through the bedrock here. Now, I know we started this thing off like it was this is a video of just someplace beautiful, and which it is. It's very beautiful, very unique landscape here to the state of Israel. But don't get me wrong, this place does have its good fair share of history. First of all, it goes back into the book of Joshua. It's mentioned twice in the chapter 11 and chapter 13 in the book of Joshua. It's called the Brook of Mishfarot. And in the book of the Maccabees, which is the history of the rebels here in the state of Israel back then in the Maccabees, it's mentioned quite a few times, and it's called the Ladder of Tyre. But if you ask me, the much more recent history of this place is a lot more interesting. Right through this point was a train that traveled places a lot more, and it's called the Ladder of Tyre. But
the Ladder of Tyre, Sulam Matzur.
If you ask me, the much more recent history of this place is a lot more interesting. Right through this point was a train that traveled from Beirut all the way down through here on the shoreline of Israel. And it must have been a fantastic, beautiful ride. This train was running during the time of the British Mandate. There was a passageway from Turkey all the way to Egypt via Israel. Now, this wasn't ever made to be a passenger train, but what it was a way for the British to transport their arms and supplies to their soldiers all around this part of the world back when they had a pretty big empire around here. But something good did come out of this railway. During the Second World War, this railway was used to smuggle in Jews from Europe. And as a result of that, many Jewish lives were saved by being brought into the state of Israel. Praise the Lord for that, huh? Well, we came here mainly because this is also just such a beautiful place to see. I wanted you guys to experience it because it really is a gorgeous place. But the reason I came here is not only because of how beautiful it is, but the history of that train coming through here and smuggling Jews into the state of Israel is all about what our ministry is about. We're about saving Jewish lives here in the state of
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. He's an evangelical. Like, okay, be an evangelical, but don't try and convert people.
Israel and bringing them home when the time comes. So this place just had a connection to this ministry. I figured maybe we should share that. As you know, this ministry is called to save Jewish lives. It's not only bringing people into the boats, like bringing people into Israel by boats like this train did, but also saving Jewish lives here because of the poverty and the hunger. And
you hear that they're trying to convert people by taking advantage of the fact that they're impoverished. That's just really. I don't even have the words for it. In all honesty,
Have an international
let's go back to the land. She's beautiful. Beautiful, much more beautiful than his Drek.
aspect to it, since big empires traveling between Mesopotamia and
like we'll see in October with Total War Pharaoh.
Egypt wanted it. The Philistines settled here. Ancient Israel was seldom able to control it. Next is the hill country. Jerusalem, number 15 on this map, sits on the watershed of the hill country at some 2,400 to 2,800 feet above sea level. The hill country is rough terrain of deep valleys and high ridges. It extends north and includes Mount Carmel, which juts out into the Mediterranean Sea, and Galilee. Note here a break in the hill country, which separates the hill country of Judah and Ephraim from Galilee in the north. The break is a wide plain, the triangular or arrowhead-shaped Jezreel Valley. The third north-south zone is the Rift Valley. This is part of the triangular or arrowhead-shaped Jezreel Valley.
Beautiful place.
The third north-south zone is the Rift Valley. This is part of the longest rift on the surface of the earth, the Great Syro-African Rift, that runs from Turkey to Kenya. Here, the Rift Valley is a 10-mile wide plain or trench, which separates the hill country here in the west from the high Transjordan Plateau in the east. Much of the Rift Valley in Israel is below sea level. The surface of the Sea of Galilee is 700 feet below sea level. The Jordan River descends another 650 feet to the lowest spot on the earth, the Dead Sea. The surface of the Dead Sea is 1,350 feet below sea level. The unique depth of the Rift Valley, especially around the Dead Sea, is one reason there's so much geographical variety in this area. The Dead Sea is only 15 miles from Jerusalem, but is a totally different geographical zone. The fourth major longitudinal zone is the Transjordan Plateau. It can reach over 3,000 feet in elevation and includes the areas around ancient Moab, a plateau, Gilead, and Bashan, all the way up to Mount Hermon. There they are, the four major longitudinal zones of the land of the Bible: coastal plain, the hill country, the Rift Valley, and the Transjordan Plateau. Another important feature of the geography of the land of the Bible is rainfall. Believe it or not, Jerusalem receives as much rainfall as London, between 22 to 24 inches each year. The difference is that Israel's rainfall comes in about 5 months, between November and March, with the wettest months being in January and February. So, when it rains, it can pour. Rainfall in Israel varies greatly from region to region. This is especially because the Rift Valley is in the rain shadow of the hill country. Note on this cross-section diagram how most of the rain falls on the western side of the hill country watershed. Jerusalem sits here on the watershed.
The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain.
But east of Jerusalem, there is a severe drop in elevation into the Rift Valley. The clouds dissipate, and less rain falls the further one descends toward the Dead Sea. As mentioned, Jerusalem can get 24 inches of rain a year, but only 15 miles away, Jericho in the Rift Valley, near the Dead Sea, gets only 4 inches of rain per year. This variance in rainfall from region to region contributes to great geographical variety in the land. Let's see a winter rainfall in the hill country of Judah near Jerusalem. Israel has no major river that grants a continuous supply of water. Rather, as Deuteronomy 11:11 says, it is a land
The skies will yield
God's
the rain.
provision. that drinks rain from heaven. To review, the heartland of the land of Israel is only 150 by 45 miles. Yet this small land contains great geographical variety. The geographical variety has put its stamp on the land's history. We learned about the four major longitudinal or north-south running zones of the land of the Bible: the coastal plain, the hill country, the Rift Valley, and the Transjordan Plateau. Finally, we noted that Jerusalem receives as much rainfall as London, some 24 inches a year. However, rain falls only in the winter months, so the land of the Bible experiences long, dry summers. Without the winter rains, life quickly ceases. The writers of Scripture make it clear that man is dependent upon God to send life-giving rain.
Well, we're here in Israel, and there's a lot of variety in the land. In fact, most of it's not a desert.
It's almost
There are
right.
those places
Sorry,
on Earth we call hidden gems.
because I'm trying a
Shalom
new
and welcome
thing now.
to the Satellite Bible Atlas, video number 3, Major Routes in the Land of the Bible. In our last video, we learned about the four major geographical zones of the land of the Bible: the coastal plain, the hill country, the Rift Valley, and the Transjordan Plateau. Now we will see how each of these regions has a major route that runs through it. Knowing the major routes of the land is important because towns and cities are often located along the routes. The Bible records hundreds of events that happen to people at real locations along these routes. Using map 116, we will mark out four major routes. First is the coastal highway, sometimes called the Way of the Sea, which more or less runs unimpeded along the relatively
Stella
flat coastal
Maris.
plain. The coastal
Via
highway is a
Maris.
major section on the international route that joins Egypt to Mesopotamia. However, note Mount Carmel, which is a barrier to travel. Later, we will see how the route traverses Mount Carmel through a pass to the Jezreel Valley, then to the Sea of Galilee and further north. The second route travels north-south on the watershed of the hill country. This route is called the Road of the Patriarchs because Abraham, Jacob, and Joseph frequently traveled on it. The third route is the Rift Valley. The flat plain provides convenient travel between the Dead Sea and the Sea of Galilee and further beyond to the north. The fourth route runs north-south along the Transjordan Plateau. The route is called the King's Highway. Further to the north, the Bible calls the route the way to Bashan. The route continues beyond Bashan to Damascus. Let's see these same routes on map 1-2, where they appear finely highlighted in yellow already. Here is the International Coastal Highway, smooth sailing until Mount Carmel. Then the route uses a valley pass that runs through Mount Carmel and into the Jezreel Valley. Note the city of Megiddo, which functions as a sentinel guarding the pass through Mount Carmel. Megiddo, a city mentioned in both the Old and New Testaments, draws its historical significance from the layout of the regions and the routes. From the Jezreel Valley, the route continues down toward the Sea of Galilee and further north off the map. This route, in all of its sections, is known as the Great International Route that connects Egypt and Mesopotamia. The Road of the Patriarchs does not appear in yellow on map 1-2, since it is more of a local route. However, you can trace it. Remember, it follows the watershed in the hill country. From Beersheba in the south, follow it past the cities of Hebron, Bethlehem, Jerusalem, Bethel, Shiloh, and Shechem. Then it descends into the Jezreel Valley, where it joins the international route. The Rift Valley route connects the Dead Sea to the Sea of Galilee. We've marked it out on the east side of the Rift Valley along the foot of Gilead. Finally, the King's Highway comes through Moab, along the plateau, past Rabat Ammon and Gilead, north through Bashan, and off the map toward Damascus. Using map 115, Let's take a closer look at why the Jezreel Valley is a hub for routes. Note that this map is east-oriented, north is to the left. The Jezreel Valley is a wide, flat, triangular, or arrowhead-shaped plain that breaks the hill country. It is a hub of routes since it is the easiest place to cross east-west through the land of the Bible. We've already seen how the great international route comes along the coastal plain and then utilizes the Jezreel Valley, avoiding the high hill country as it makes its way northeast. Note likewise how traffic crossing east-west, joining both the Rift Valley route and the King's Highway with the Mediterranean Sea, also avoids high hill country by passing through the Jezreel Valley. As the most convenient east-west crossing in the land of the Bible, the Jezreel Valley is an intersection of international routes. There are many biblical events that occurred in the Jezreel Valley because it is the number one way to cross east-west through the country. Here is the wide Jezreel Valley, looking from Mount Carmel as far as Gilead in Transjordan, and the ruins of ancient Megiddo overlooking the Jezreel Valley. Across the valley are the Nazareth Ridge, Mount Tabor, and the Hill of Moreh. As in biblical times, the modern highway comes through the Megiddo Pass into the Jezreel Valley. There are other east-west passages through the hill country, but none are as convenient as the Jezreel Valley. Note on this cross-section sketch how difficult it is to travel from the Mediterranean Sea to Transjordan through the hill country near Jerusalem. Leaving the coastal plain, one ascends nearly 3,000 feet to the hill country watershed, and then descends over 4,000 feet into the Rift Valley. The ascent to Transjordan is another 4,000-foot climb. In comparison, traveling west to east via the Jezreel Valley involves a relatively flat journey and ascent of a little over 200 feet.
Hey, I'm standing here on a ridge in the city of Nazareth, and behind me is the Jezreel Valley. To my right, you can see Mount Tabor, where Deborah and Barak gathered 10,000 Israelites to go to battle against the Canaanites. And then to my left, you can see Mount Moreh, where on the slope is the city of Nain. And just after Jesus announced that he had the authority to raise the dead, he raised a widow's son from the dead in that city.
Protecting nature begins with you. Defend the natural world you love by donating to the Nature Conservancy. At this critical point, we need people like you to support vital conservation work before it's too late. Donate today to protect tomorrow.
You're not going to get psychological depth anywhere else in the Hebrew Bible the way in which you get it here in the David story. The David story confronts us with those huge questions.
Shalom. This video
It's
is
almost ready.
commentary
Sorry
from the
about
Satellite
this.
Bible Atlas, maps 1.8 and 1.9, approaches to Jerusalem and the Benjamin region. We will focus on a cross-section of territory that stretches over 4 regions. The Shephelah foothills to the west of Jerusalem, the hill country where Jerusalem sits, 2,500 to 2,800 feet above sea level. Then to the east, the rugged Judean wilderness sloping down to the Rift Valley and Jericho. Jerusalem's latitude is about the same as the top of the Dead Sea. So, to find Jerusalem quickly on any map, from the top of the Dead Sea, come directly west or left. Remember, however, that Jerusalem is over 4,000 feet higher in elevation than the Dead Sea. Note that the area north of Jerusalem was allotted to the tribe of Benjamin. Jerusalem itself sits within the borders of Benjamin. We will see that the most important routes to Jerusalem, even from the east or west, approach Jerusalem from the north, that is, through the territory of Benjamin. On map 1.9, take a closer look at the important area just north of Jerusalem. The area is called the Central Benjamin Plateau. It is relatively flat ground.
Okay,
the hill country
here goes
watershed,
nothing.
with canyons cutting to its
I'm
east and
hoping
west.
that this works.
Only 3 to 7 miles north of Jerusalem, the Central Benjamin Plateau is outlined
So
by
just
the
for
biblical cities of
context,
Gibeon
some of the mods I added this time should add the mines that were missing. On top of that, I'm trying to think what else I add. I really should take a picture of the stuff that I add each time. I mean, I could always look back at, but I can't. Okay, let me think. What did I add? Let's see. There was. Oh wait, I could just look at the different tabs I open. All right, so we have. Let's see. Some new building types. I don't know if I added that one. Better relationships. Let's see what's this. More decisions that you can make. Oh shoot! What did I just do? Oh shoot! Oh. What did I? Oh, that was weird. Oh yeah. Let's see. Search and trade artifacts. I don't think I added that one either, just in case, because it seemed like some people might have been having issues with that. Secret religion, so you can secretly convert. Attributes. Let's see. Wait, how does this not clash? Let me change it to files added by this mod and as such should not conflict with any other. Load. Okay, yeah, this should be fine. I'm hoping it works. Okay, here, we'll just continue. Sorry, I get like super nervous about this. I hate that it takes so long, but this game, it's just so, like, it has so many assets. Let's see.
The west, Mitzpah on the north, Geba on the east, and Gibeah, the capital of Saul, on the south. Ramah, the hometown of Samuel, is at the center of the plateau. The central Benjamin Plateau is staging ground for main routes heading to Jerusalem. Control of central Benjamin means access to Jerusalem. A historical example of this can be seen on map 6.2. During the divided
I'm sorry, but you know he drew that and was like, "Oh my God, it proves Jesus. See, it's a cross."
To Jerusalem. A historical example of this can be seen on map 6.2. During the divided monarchy of Israel's history, Baasha, king of Israel in the north, came down and captured Ramah in central Benjamin, as 1 Kings 15:16 says, that he might prevent anyone from going out or coming in to Asa, king of Judah. Through diplomatic maneuvering and war by proxy, Asa removed this threat to his capital in Jerusalem and established a border between Judah in the south and Israel in the north by building up the towns of Mitzpah and Geba. Even east-west routes crossing through the hill country are naturally funneled through Benjamin. The region of Benjamin is lower in elevation than the hill country north and south of it. If one looks at the hill country from the west, Benjamin sits in a kind of saddle. Jerusalem and Benjamin are 800 feet lower than the hills near Bethel to the north or Hebron to the south, so east-west routes tend to run through Benjamin. Let's look at the western approach to Jerusalem on map 1A. South, 800 in the hill country. Crossing through the hill country are naturally funneled through Benjamin. Even east-west routes crossing through the hill country are naturally funneled through Benjamin. The region of Benjamin is lower in elevation than the hill country north
It's
and
really
south.
interesting.
If
That
one
must
looks
have
at the
been
hill
what was
country from the
responsible for
west,
them
Benjamin
rebelling,
sits in a kind of
because
saddle.
they were expected to be
Jerusalem
like
and Benjamin
inferior
are
to
800
the,
feet lower
not
than the
inferior, but
hills
like
near
basically
Bethel to
they
the north
tried to
or Hebron to
almost
the
like
south.
maybe create their own
So
kingdom.
east-west routes tend to run through Benjamin. Let's look at the western approach to Jerusalem on map 1.8. The western approach comes from the coastal plain through the Ajalon Valley in the Shephelah foothills. In the Old Testament period, the city of Gezer supervised this area.
It's pronounced
Gezer
Ayalon,
today
not
is a large
Ajalon.
or tell that was fortified by the Canaanites, Philistines, and Israelites. As the front door to the capital of Israel, King Solomon fortified Gezer. Solomonic period ruins have been excavated here at Tel Gezer.
We're at ancient Gezer on a Solomonic gate.
From Gezer, the route continues east through the Ajalon Valley to Emmaus, the New Testament period counterpart to Gezer. From Emmaus, the route angles a bit north to the Beth Horon Ridge route. By staying on the Beth Horon Ridge,
Beit Horon, or the House of Hades, because Horon is Hades.
The route joins the Central Benjamin Plateau at Gibeon. It connects with the Road of the Patriarchs, or Central Ridge route, at Ramah, where it turns south past Gibeah to Jerusalem. The Beth Horon Ridge route is perhaps the most important connection from the coast to the central hill country near Jerusalem. Therefore, the Beth Horon Ridge route is perhaps the most important connection from the coast to the central hill country near Jerusalem. Therefore, there were multiple biblical events that occurred here.
Hi, we are on the Beth Horon Ridge route. During Joshua's time, he pursued the Amorites along with the Israelites down this route. And Hi, we are on the Beth Horon Ridge route. During Joshua's time, he pursued the Amorites along with the Israelites down this route. And while the Amorites were fleeing, large hailstones fell on them from heaven.
Here is an aerial view of the Beth Horon Ridge route. The route comes out.
Yay, hailstones killing our enemies. Yay, God! Wait, that seems like that's not the message of God, right?
Towns along this route to guard the approach to his capital, Jerusalem.
Oh, you didn't know about that? Yeah, so Horon was the Phoenician Hades. Like, there's some people who argue that Horon might have actually predated Hades, and that Hades might basically just be a form of like Hades, or like connected to like the what is it? Like there might be a connection between Hades and Adapa or something. I forget exactly how it goes, but that basically the form of Hades that we have is from Horon. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Horon Hades. Huh. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot on some of the Phoenician gods. It's unfortunate, but yeah. Let's see, where were we?
The Ajalon Valley into the hill country. From Emmaus, this route.
No, not Harun, Horon. Which it's interesting because there might be a connection between Aharon, and then Harun in Arabic, and between them and Horon.
To the town of Kiryat Jearim. Then it angles north and also joins the Central Benjamin Plateau at the site of Gibeon. On map 1.8, review the two routes that approach Jerusalem from the west. The first route travels through the flat Ajalon Valley plain and then ascends into the hill country on the Beth Horon Ridge. It comes into the Central Benjamin Plateau at Gibeon and joins the hill country watershed at Ramah. From Ramah, the route turns south on the Road of the Patriarchs, passing Gibeah to Jerusalem. The second route also comes through the Ajalon Valley, but ascends a ridge to Kiryat Jearim. Note how Kiryat Jearim is separated from Jerusalem by two deep canyons, the Upper Sorek and Kesalon valleys. These canyons function as a moat on Jerusalem's western flank, forbidding any easy access to Jerusalem from the west. In west, note how Kiryat Jearim is separated from Jerusalem by two deep canyons, the Upper Sorek and Kesalon valleys. These canyons function as a moat on Jerusalem's western flank, forbidding any easy access to Jerusalem.
There's actually a common misconception. So Mot would be connected with more with like Thanatos, whereas Horon is Hades. There's death itself, and then there's the ruler over death, or the underworld ruler. So death and the ruler of the underworld are not the same person. Like even in Greek mythology, Thanatos isn't Hades. They're two separate deities. Oh, sorry about that, Zero. Have a good night, and hopefully you can tune in later when it's already been posted or whatever. Here, I'm going to respond to him as well.
From the west. Instead, the Kiryat Jearim route angles north to Gibeon and Ramah in central Benjamin. There is a route that connects Kiryat Jearim more directly to Jerusalem, but it is not an easy one. It goes treacherously up and down valleys and ridges. Map 5.1 shows a historical event connected to the Kiryat Jearim ridge route. In the days of Samuel, the Ark of the Covenant returned from Philistia to Bet Shemesh, and then up to Kiryat Jearim, where the Ark stayed for 20 years until Samuel led Israel in a national repentance. The Ark stayed some 100 years in Kiryat Jearim, until King David brought it into Jerusalem. We can speculate on the route David used. He may have come through central Benjamin, past the cities of Ramah and Gibeah, Saul's capital, or the Ark traveled the more difficult road, across the deep valleys flanking Jerusalem's western side. Map 6.1 shows the Beth Horon and Kiryat Jearim ridges being used. Solomon's son Rehoboam had built forts in Judah, but when he forsook the law of the Lord, his forts meant nothing. The Lord brought Pharaoh Shishak of Egypt against him. Shishak's own records parallel the biblical account. Shishak recorded the conquest of towns along both the Beth, but when he forsook the law of the Lord, his forts meant nothing. The Lord brought Pharaoh Shishak of Egypt against him. Shishak's own records parallel the biblical account. Shishak recorded the conquest of towns along both the Beth Horon and Kiryat Jearim ridges as he made his way up.
Okay, that's interesting. Have you ever heard of Sheshach? This is eerie.
It can be assumed that Joseph was historical facts which give credence to the biblical account of Israel entering into Egypt, their captivity, and their exodus. It can be assumed that Joseph was a young man of 17 to 18 years of age. Note Genesis 37, verse 2, when his brothers sold him into slavery. Therefore, if Joseph was sold into slavery at, let's say, 17 years of age, it would be accurate to say that Joseph was 30 years of age when he became second in command over Egypt, as Genesis 41, verse 46, declares. This promotion from slave to ruler did not happen overnight. Joseph died at 110 years of age according to Genesis 50, verse 22, which would establish Joseph in Egypt for about 93 years. Now, the 18th dynasty is called Egypt's Empire Age, and that age peaked during the reign of a pharaoh named Amenhotep III. During this dynasty, the one and only ever Egyptian monotheist pharaoh lived, and his name was Akhenaten. It is written that Joseph so impressed the reigning pharaoh of his day that Joseph was put in charge of all of Pharaoh's house and all of Egypt for that matter. Akhenaten's father was Amenhotep III. Now, if Joseph had charge over Amenhotep's house, then Joseph would have had a great influence on Amenhotep's children, who included Akhenaten, the future pharaoh. Could Akhenaten have gotten his monotheism from Joseph, the monotheist ruler of Amenhotep's house? There is much to be understood from the arc.
Hey, sorry, 1 second.